some of which is in real time. If you like what we do here, please subscribe to the channel, hit the little bell.
It was the preacher, Emerson, that stood there, a black robe regiment, from his pulpit and preached to several hundred one Sunday morning when he took off the black robe that signified that he was a preacher. And he said, there is a time for peace and there is a time for war, and now it is time for war. And so today I stand with the black robe regiment, and I am one preacher declaring to patriots, it is time for war. Let us stop the steal.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Hope you're having a good holiday. I've been working on a series or an expose trying to explain what happened leading up to and on January 6th. And so what I did here was put together a bit about the 5th and a bit about the 6th. And pretty much everybody that you see in this video, other than, you know, the attack, these are religious leaders. These are faith leaders. These are people that are actually rallying up this patriotic fervor in the name of Jesus. And so I put this together because I wanted you guys to see how reality versus the messaging is actually happening, some of which is in real time. If you like what we do here, please subscribe to the channel, hit the little bell, like the video, leave some comments. Please consider sharing this with your friends and family so that we can wake everybody up and get back to being America. Love you guys, and please enjoy the video.
The mainstream media now is basically calling anybody who associated with them a radical. Given what happened on January 6th, I guess you were, of course, there for a bit. What's your take on what really happened?
Sure. Well, I was there on the 5th and organized a rally where we led prayer. Multiple pastors prayed, and we're praying for the city, for the future of America, preached the gospel, had thousands of people respond. So the 5th was like revival for us, for what I do, right?
And I'm telling you, the early revolution didn't just start in the bars. It didn't just start in the Boston harbors. It was sparked in the pulpits of America. There were a group of preachers called the Black Robe Regiment that started this nation. It's time for God to raise up a brand new generation of black robe preachers that love Jesus, that love the Word of God, but love America and love freedom. Amen? So I receive my responsibility. And I will never wear a yellow robe. I will only wear the black robe. And now as a minister, I lead sheep, I feed sheep, and I kill wolves.
Hello, fellow deplorables! We have a nation at risk, and it's time for a revolution. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Are you ready to start a revolution? You see, because our founding fathers, when they signed the Declaration of Independence that day, they weren't just signing a document. They were signing a death warrant. Because they knew when they signed that document that not only them, but their families were at risk for death. Are you guys willing to fight for this nation?
What's up, Patriots? How you doing? We're Bikers for Trump, and we exist for the sole purpose of seeing Donald Trump elected in 2020. We got his back, and we got your back. Folks, we're on the brink of socialism, which is the Venus flytrap for any democracy, for which it stands. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if any of those things ring true to you, then you better step up right now, because we're on the brink of a revolution. And I, for one, will take the first bullet. If there's anybody out there from Antifa or Black Lives Matters, spin your first fucking bullet in my chest, okay? And I, for one, will stand up. And again, Antifa, if you're out here and you're hiding, Black Lives Matters, if you're hiding, start with me, Chris Cox, Bikers for Trump. Thanks, everybody. Hats off. Donald Trump, 2020.
The enemy to destroy this beautiful and great land that our forefathers gave to us. We will rise up in this time and say, like Paul Revere, the leftists are coming. The leftists are coming. The leftists are coming. God bless you, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Bible declares that the thief and the enemy has come but to kill, to steal, and to destroy. For the last 40 years, the liberals have tried to kill our unborn babies, steal elections, and destroy the Constitution. But patriots have come to Washington, D.C. to make their voices heard that we will not allow them to steal this election. And now it is time for war. And so today I stand with the Black Robe Regiment, and I am one preacher declaring to patriots, it is time for war. Let us stop the steal.
And then the 6th rolls around. So we think the 6th is going to be a normal day.
And ahead of January 6th, some supporters call for violence.
The president said nothing violent, incited no violence. I heard the whole speech. As a matter of fact, it was a typical Trump speech. I wanted to hear something, we were looking for something, not something, radical, but some sort of plan. What's up?
We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
Some hear his words as a call to action.
You'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
Invade the Capitol building.
Do the right thing.
Take the Capitol. Take the Capitol. Take the Capitol right now.
So then they say, let's walk to the Capitol. Now, what I saw up there, a lot of the people, I'll use a line from the left, they were mostly peaceful, right? It was a mostly peaceful protest. It's the only place I've ever been before. Earlier, you're walking through 1 million people. Somebody steps on your toes. They apologize to you. Please excuse me. Forgive me. I mean, and that's been the nature of that movement from day one.
You know the kind of people that we were with. The nicest, friendliest, happiest people. It was like a family reunion out there. It was incredible. It was wonderful.
Whose street? Our street! 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 We're gonna storm the fucking Capitol! Fuck you fuckers!
When I got there, I was outside the Capitol building, and it was very peaceful.
Yeah.
And the people could see people on the building, and the people in the outside of the building were shouting at them, calling them traitors. They were actually very unhappy with those individuals.
DC is a motherfucking war zone! It fucking was! Woo! Forward!
Police retreat to the Capitol building, where it's becoming more threatening.
They're going to tell you what, when you see them all tattooed and all paramilitary, you're going to find out they're on the left-wing payroll.
So yeah, I feel like the tone was peaceful, and I feel like there's a total media spin that's trying to take everyone associated that like President Trump, that are still committed to the Constitution in a strong way and still have traditional American values, and label them now as terrorists.
We have a good group. We got about 30, 40 of us. We're sticking together and sticking to the plan. Y'all, we're 1 block away from the Capitol now. I'm probably going to go silent when I get there because I'm going to be a little busy.
And in addition to this, the media is essentially calling them terrorists.
Sure.
And then all of a sudden this happens. And it reminded me of Moscow in 1917 with the Bolsheviks, where there were rabble-rousers who dressed up in the opposition's clothing and had a violent event in the streets, and we saw what happened to Russia.
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by.
And that's what they did.
Proud Boys!
And I guarantee where there's escalation, you've got Antifa, because I want these guys arrested. I pray to God they arrest them because they never do.
Proud Boys! Where's Antifa?
But there are moments that suggest another motive.
Take the fucking Capitol!
Come on, tighten up. Tighten up,
Come on, boys. Let's not fucking yell that, all right?
And I heard, I don't know how many actually went inside, but it was a small amount. And then I know President Trump quickly condemned it. I think he sent 3 tweets out. 2 of them were censored and taken down. And then if you watch what he told the Americans to do was to calm down and go home, right? Calm down, stop this action, and go home.
As this is happening and as thousands more swell outside, Trump composes a tweet, not to calm his supporters, but to blame his vice president. He writes, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution.
Anyway, this is not a protest. This is a rally that we had to call a protest in order to meet. And the people are not violent.
I need a command official from Capitol so we can coordinate where they want us to pull back to. We cannot hold this without more munitions or more air power.
It's left wing. It's not pro-life Catholics and nuns.
This wasn't the Trump crowd. This didn't look anything like the Trump crowd or the prayer warriors.
I need to know from Capitol where do they want to pull back to.
Then the police lose the line.
There's a picture, we lost the line. We've lost the line. RPD, pull back.
There may be some broken down windows. Yeah, there may be some activity, Charlie Kirk's reporting. But I'm telling you, it's not our group. It's not our people. It's not this crowd.
1033, I repeat, 1033, west front of the Capitol. We have been pranked and we've lost the line.
On the 1033, have all units respond to assist him. Do what we're trained to do.
Get out of here! Take your big sorry asses and back up in there! Run your sorry asses off!
The mob heaves in a coordinated scrum.
And so what you have is you have a peaceful showing up, and so this, if this is going to go the way the news media manipulates it, you need to hear from me.
They are tased, gassed, and robbed of their equipment. They're beaten with a crutch, a hockey stick, and even an American flag. At least 4 officers are pulled into the crowd. One dragged by his own helmet, face down. And again, the frenzy turns fatal.
This is a peaceful gathering of frustrated citizens who are watching their president get ripped off, and they see more clearly than the left-wing media knuckleheads the economy going down, the race battles intensifying because there's money in division.
Roseanne Boyland, a Trump supporter who has been swept up by QAnon conspiracies, is moving toward the door. But amid the scrum, she collapses and is lying unconscious beneath the mob. As the crowd sarcastically chants a Black Lives Matter slogan, Boylan's friend, Justin Winchell, tries to pull her to safety. He screams for help.
I need somebody!
But instead, fellow writers trample over Boyland and charge at the police again. Boyland will be pronounced dead at a local hospital in the evening. The president tweets again. He repeats that the election had been stripped away, calls his supporters great patriots, and says, "Remember this day forever."
Don't think for a minute that these were nasty, naughty, ridiculous, hillbilly Trump people. That is not what you saw today. These were paid rabble-rousers.
Dude, hey, you can't touch us. We are one of you. We are one of you. Come on, Americans.
Just as elsewhere, this crowd is a mix of die-hard Trump supporters, but also more organized groups like the Oath Keepers, who move in formation here toward that east side entrance. The Oath Keepers and their supporters continue to update each other on the Zello chat app.
The House is in recess. We're going to yank them out of their seats.
So maybe maybe the populist movement is arising out of those that actually see reality and see the world the way it is. Remember, 1/3 of the revolution was fought by patriots who cared about freedom. That's what created America.
The group enters the Capitol together. Proud Boys are near them, including Joe Biggs, the organizer we saw earlier.
Took over the Capitol, overran the Capitol. We're in the fucking Capitol, bro. Here we go, Nancy. Are you in there?
Huddled together under a table, Pelosi's staff record what's happening.
We need Capitol Police, I think, coming to the hallway. They're pounding on doors trying to find her. Yeah.
Please be advised there are masks under your seats. Please grab a mask, place it in your lap, and be prepared to don your mask in the event that we get a breach.
Just outside, a mob of 100 or more is baying to get into them.
Well, we came this far. What do you say? Drag them out!
And now they want to finish the job. And they want the coup to be done today on January 6th, so they can seal the deal with Joe Biden as the next president of the United States. Today was the day to have the coup, to put it all in process and have it come to the head. That's what this was. This is a coup.
Going. Yeah, I would just stop, bro.
And in moments are pushing against the doors into the house. On the other side, Capitol Police erect a barricade and draw their guns.
You're a traitor.
On the floor, lawmakers are evacuated to the rear of the chamber, where in a few minutes a rioter will be shot and killed. Part of the mob outside now peels off in that direction to find a different way in.
No, people are running that way.
Okay. All right. What up, Fort Walden? What up, Meatbag? Hope you guys are doing well. And what's up, Mulder? Anybody else? I don't think so. Okay. How you guys doing? Here's what we're going to do today. Yes. We're starting with a video that discusses the stages of genocide. Owen goes through it and might as well use him and some examples instead of me just reading the list. And so I think it's important. I think it's important for us to understand that we do have a fascist movement, a fascist party. The Christo-fascist Republican movement is the entire Republican Party. It isn't an offshoot. It is the Speaker of the House. It is the most powerful of the radicals, even the Jim Jordans, the Comers, the Chip Roys, the Clay Higgins, the Gozars. All of these people are radical religious Christo-fascists. They want to implement a form of theocratic rule, like a Christian Sharia. And they make it pretty obvious. They tell us what they want to do, and then they do it. And if we call it out, they complain because they're perpetually the victims. So we're going to go through the first part of this video, which covers the ongoing steps that these Christians take to implement Christo-fascism.
Charlie Kirk, A lot of people probably heard of the guy. He was in conversation with this guy right here, Lance Wallnau. They're both Christian nationalists. Now, they kind of lay out their plan for the Republican Party, for lack of a better term, in this video. Just give this a listen for a second. You'll see what I'm talking about. This is from mid-March 2024 when this video came out. By the way, it's in reference, Charlie Kirk, here he's about to talk about the Super Bowl.
Project 2025, exactly, Fort Walton.
It's in reference to a religious group running an ad during the Super Bowl to encourage love. It was like a Christian ad that said Jesus didn't hate anybody. He washed people's feet or something to that.
So I didn't go and find the Super Bowl ad, but it was just basically like supposed to be an uplifting message of Christianity, saying that Jesus didn't hate anybody. The problem is this Christo-fascism. It needs hate. Its main function is spreading hate.
Effect. Basically saying stop hating people and stop using Christianity to justify that hate. That was a Super Bowl commercial, the premise. And Charlie Kirk was just pissed off by that, okay? And so is Lance Wallnau, both Christian nationalists.
Imagine if you were given $14 million to tell the world about Jesus.
That's what the Super Bowl ad cost.
I want to be positive. Let's just paint an alternative. What would you have done in a 1-minute Super Bowl ad in front of 100 million people?
I'm happy with what happened with the Christian ad for the Super Bowl. They made it clear that Jesus didn't hate anybody for anything. But what's Lance Wallnau's solution as a Christian nationalist?
Billy Graham had his biggest and greatest impact.
This is the key. This right here is the key to all of it. They do not spread Christianity. They spread Christo-fascism. It's important that you understand and that I set all this up, because when we get into looking at the video about the American Redoubt, something that I pretty much like to show roughly once a year, this is the mentality of the core believer.
Wallnau's solution as a Christian nationalist?
Billy Graham had his biggest and greatest impact by warning America that nuclear holocaust was possible in Russia and atheistic communism would take America. He put the fear of God in people and said, and what will happen?
What up, Rumble?
Happen to you if America goes down? Would take by warning America
as a Christian nationalist.
So what a good now here's the thing. I've tried to explain this before. One of the major reasons that this new rise in Christo-fascism has come about was the downfall. It was the ongoing downfall of Christianity. Christianity couldn't generate the amount of fear that it used to be able to generate, along with providing some services. And that's what used to fill the seats and fill the coffers. But they stopped having rec leagues. They stopped doing child care. They stopped having outreach programs. And all they want is to just open the doors and have you give them money. And the problem is they were just dying. And this new movement allowed them to use politics, to use the current fascistic temperature that was being created to revitalize their churches. And not only that, but they got to be the big fish in the little pond, because they were now the preacher. They were the prophet and the preacher. So no longer did you have an organizing principle and an organizing group that was outside of your church that dictated the concepts. Now every individual messiah is their own prophet.
Billy Graham had his biggest and greatest
And what do these prophets want to do? They want to scare the shit out of you.
impact by warning America that nuclear holocaust was possible in Russia and atheistic communism would take America. He put the fear of God in people and said,
Russians have nuclear weapons, and if you don't let the Christo-fascists be in charge, we're all going to die. And that's what we need to be doing when we spread the word of Christianity. We need to build fear, anger, all of it. Without all of those, I'll be right back. Without all those, we're fucked.
and what will happen to you if America goes down? Is your soul right with God? I mean, boom, people came by the millions, and people forget it was fear that motivated them to repentance.
Oh, So you would scare the shit out of people. I see. That seems to be what it's all about. That seems to be the plan, as far as I can tell, right? Well, let's look at a couple of examples of what the fear tactics that they're using here. By the way, there's something called the 10 stages to genocide that I kind of want to...
I tried to leave the door open so Grandpa Dog could enjoy looking out of at the world, but then somebody walks by, and sure enough, he has to let us all know there's somebody outside.
Compare this to, if you've never seen it before. I think I did a video on it a while back. Yeah, so just real fast, we're going to zip through the 10 stages just so we have a basis.
So here
Number
you go.
1, classification. Differences between people are not...
So here we go. These are the stages of genocide. Now, it's not Owen making them up. It's not me making them up. This is textbook.
That I kind of want to compare this to, if you've never seen it before. I think I did a video on it a while back. Yeah, so just real fast, we're going to zip through the 10 stages just so we have a basis. Number 1, classification. Differences between people are not respected. There's a division of us and them, which can be carried out using stereotypes or excluding people who are perceived to be different. Does that sound familiar? Number 2, symbolization. This is a visual manifestation of hatred. Jews in Nazi Europe were forced to wear yellow stars to show that they were different. By the way...
And then if you remember during COVID, to hide their own desire for genocide, the Christo-fascists claimed that they were the victims, and that in the example of the Holocaust, the Christo-fascists were the actual Jews being oppressed by who? The others. Like, literally Nazi speak, saying these people are oppressing us.
The Holocaust is not the only genocide that's happened. It's not even the most recent. The Rwandan genocide happened in the 93, maybe, or something. There have been others. And, all of these steps hold true for all of it. Discrimination. The dominant group denies civil rights or even citizenship to identified groups. The 1935 Nuremberg laws stripped Jews of their German citizenship, made it illegal for them to do many jobs or to marry German non-Jews. Number 4, dehumanization. I mean, this is heavily focused on the Holocaust, but again, there were other genocides. Dehumanization, those perceived as different or treated with no form of human right or personal dignity.
Correct.
During the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, here you go.
Absolutely, Aiken. And they ignore Ford's role in spreading Nazism. They ignore so much.
Mention of Tutsis. Tutsis were referred to as cockroaches. The Nazis referred to Jews as vermin. Donald Trump has also referred to his political enemies as vermin and claimed that...
Sorry, I was talked over that.
Dehumanization, those perceived as different or treated with no form of human right or personal dignity. During the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, here you go, mention of Tutsis.
Protocols,
Tutsis were referred to as cockroaches. The Nazis referred to Jews as vermin. Donald Trump has also referred to his political enemies as vermin and claimed that immigrants are, quote-unquote, poisoning the blood of America. By
I can't believe they call him Hitler.
the way, direct quote from Hitler. I'm just putting it out there. Direct quote from Hitler. Quick note before we continue, I want to... It's enough. Check it. Sides are always planned, so they have a plan. Regimes of hatred often train those who go on to carry out the destruction of a people. So they have a plan for how this is going to play out. Number 6, polarization. Propaganda begins to spread by hate groups. Nazis used the newspaper Der Stürmer to spread and incite...
And we have the Daily Stormer.
Messages of hate about Jewish
and
people.
The storm is coming.
Number 7, preparation.
They're not Nazis, but the storm is coming.
Perpetrators plan the genocide. They often use euphemisms such as Nazis' phrase, the final solution, to cloak their intentions. They create fear of the victim group, building up armies and weapons. Number 8, persecution. Victims are identified because of their ethnicity or religion or whatever, billion different things that they could be identified and persecuted over. and death lists are drawn up. People are sometimes segregated into ghettos, deported, or starved, and property is often expropriated. Genocidal massacres begin. 9. Extermination. The hate group murders their identified victims in a deliberate.
When school kids are shot up, the first thing Republicans do is defend the right of the shooters. That is their form of Christianity. Their form of how God would want them to walk through this earth is to aid and abet the murder of children. They do it on purpose. COVID was the perfect example to show you how hate-based and genocidal these good Christians are. They knew what they were doing. They watched their fellow content creators and fellow cops die of COVID, and then openly advocated for more people to treat COVID in a way that would help them die. The religious organization was hell-bent on ensuring that their aged population came and gathered together in a closed environment to pray? No, to give them money. It was more important for them to collect their offering every fucking week than it was for their people to be alive. And so they do. They have to point to other people and call it, like, they have to make up a story and point to other people. Like, if late-term abortion was the problem, then they wouldn't be doing bans at conception. You can't complain that the reason you need to restrict abortion is because of infanticide, that people are killing babies that are alive, and that's your excuse. Then explain to me banning contraception. It's all nonsense, all of it. None of it makes any sense. And the only reason they can do it is because they convince people that they're superior, and then they convince them what they're superior about, and then they convince them that anybody that doesn't agree with them is satanic, a devil, and wants to kill them.
And systematic campaign of violence, millions of lives have been destroyed or changed. I ended through genocide, but you know, I might even engage denial. The perpetrators or later generations deny the existence of any crime. I just wanted you guys to be like familiar. So he says, listen to this clip. This is Eric Metaxas. If you don't know him, your grandpa probably does. He's a very famous radio host. He's talking to a woman about Biden language and what he says, okay?
Okay, so if we're not nice enough to the Christians, then we're terrorizing Christians. But this is how those Christians treat everybody else but them.
I'm sorry that we have to talk about the State of the Union.
Yeah, Joe Biden had done the State of the Union not too long ago when this clip came out. And he did a good job with it.
The satanic speech given by the, I don't know, what's a generous term I can use?
Satanic speech.
Puppet of the devil, Joe Biden. You know, we have to joke around because it's so dark.
Biden called Republicans semi-fascist, and they lost their shit for 2 weeks. On the regular, Democrats are baby-killing demon groomers who are cutting your kids' dicks off, who hate America, who are sent by the devil to destroy you. But, you know, how dare we say anything about the good Christian folk?
Dark, and it is undeniably dark. It's just undeniable.
It always reminds me of this video, like every time.
Nazi.
Wie bitte? Haben Sie mich gerade als Nazi beschimpft?
Na, Sie sind doch einer.
Das ist ja eine Unverschämtheit. Nur weil ich in der NSDAP und in der SS bin, bin ich noch lange kein Nazi. Wahrscheinlich bin ich auch noch rechtsextrem, oder was?
Ja, aber was sollen Sie denn sonst sein?
Ich bin vielleicht ein besorgter Bürger, der Angst vor Überfremdung hat. Aber ich bin nicht rechts.
Ja.
Und ich bin erst recht kein Nazi. Hey, Sie da? Sehe ich etwa wie ein Nazi aus?
Nö, würde ich jetzt nicht sagen.
Na, sehen Sie? Aber der ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, hm? Nazis, 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 lauter Nazis. Wenn einem die Argumente ausgehen, dann holt man schnell mal die gute alte Nazikeule raus.
Es hat doch nichts mit Nazikeule zu tun.
Sie machen sich das Leben sehr einfach. Nur weil jemand die Mainstream-Meinung nicht teilt, ist er gleich ein Nazi.
Aber Nazi sein ist doch längst Mainstream. Ihr Nationalsozialisten seid an der Macht.
Ach ja, ich vergaß. In Ihrer Welt sind ja alle Nazis. Der Führer ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, was?
Ja?
Jetzt reicht's aber. Führerbeleidigung. Mitkommen.
Das sind jetzt über...
Ja, ich weiß. Nazi-Methoden.
That's what they want.
There's no other word. This man is wicked.
Yes.
There's an absolutely horrifying malevolence. And so, yeah, people dismiss him as doddering Joe. He's not that bright, whatever. Well,
right.
You know, it's kind of like saying a Gila monster or a cobra is stupid. Yeah, they're stupid and very, very, very dangerous. They can kill you. And that.
I mean, is any of this sounding familiar at all? I mean, forget the genocide list, but this is starting to sound a lot like the fear campaign that Lance Wallnau was talking about, right? This is absolutely part of the fear campaign, the whole thing. Quick interjection. This won't take long. If you like what I do,
So what does this lead to? Well, it leads to people openly spewing hatred, racism. And then they turn around and go, oh, I guess I'm censored now. That they tell the same audience that they had last week that they're now being censored.
Vaughn, he is a pastor, a Trump pastor, believes that Trump is sent by God and that Trump is the Messiah. He has said those words, Trump is the Messiah. I'm not joking. And he is the source of this sound on my soundboard.
I've lived for the Lord my whole life, and I was dumb as a box of rocks and didn't know it.
So anyway.
Or this one.
We're living in a world that hates men, especially white men.
He's about to tell us about Ketanji Brown Jackson. Listen to what he has to say
so
here.
Poor white men are hated by America. And it's not, they didn't do anything to deserve any of that behavior. In fact, it's always been the poor whites that have been oppressed throughout American history.
See, the problem is Jumanji Jungle, Judge Jumanji Jungle lips. The problem with it is this, yeah? Because what's coming out of her lips is monkey sense.
So what he's saying and doing here is grossly, horrifically, disgustingly racist. I mean, this is like, God, what do I even compare this to? Like how, this is like going to your grandma's house and finding that your grandma has a minstrel show type of blackface garden gnome.
These
character.
are the ones that have moral authority over the rest of us. The open racists.
Eating watermelon. That's how deeply racist this is. Like, holy how does it get more racist without just flying like a Confederate flag? I don't know. This is insane. This is just pure unadulterated racism right here.
Problem with it is this, yeah? Because what's coming out of her lips is monkey sense, not common sense. It's jungle monkey sense pouring out of your liberal lips, and you are a curse to this nation. You are a rodent in our republic.
So not only is he racist, but now it's dehumanizing. See, they want to build fear, and the best way to do it is to make you the victim who hears my voice, you that agrees with me, you're the victim of the vile monkey people and the rodents and the vermin and the subhuman trans immigrant terrorists coming in to get you who destroyed the Baltimore Bridge. And it's also because of the diversity on Planet Monkey. These are the Christians This is the moral authority of Mike Johnson.
I mean, not for nothing, but he, calling people a rodent or vermin or cockroaches or whatever. I was just talking about this in another video not too long ago. One of the stages of genocide, 10 stages of genocide, that's one of them. Number 4, I believe, dehumanity during the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, in what he's saying about Ketanji Brown Jackson. Holy shit, dude.
You are a rodent in our republic. Your mindset is messed up. It is the enemy of the people. Disrobe yourself because you have dishonored yourself.
This guy needs help. And not just for that. Like, that's pure unadulterated racism. Obviously, I'm sure I don't even need to say Shane Vaughn is a mess.
What is the prophetic seal that Yahweh placed upon Donald Trump and upon his true people?
Only real Christians would have false gods. I mean, we know that. In the Bible, it says only the truest of Christians will bear false witness and pray to false idols.
God placed a prophetic seal on Trump. Okay, go on.
It is supernatural prosperity and blessings. That's the prophetic seal.
So what Shane Vaughn is saying is if you are successful, if you are doing well financially or whatever, then that is a sign that you are doing the right thing. And Shane Vaughn is financially successful because he's a Trump pastor and everybody wants to hear about how Trump is secretly Jewish and really the Messiah. And that means he's correct about his suppositions. Okay, go on. Quick note before we continue, I want to let you know I just wrote a book. If you want to check it out,
blessings that when he touches
that too. So check it out, owenmorgan.com/book. I'd appreciate that.
The ring of God, when he touches your life, there will be unparalleled blessings that will come into your life that you didn't ask for, you didn't create. You're just anointed for that season. And the evidence of it is on the prosperity of the nation and the people. Donald Trump carries the prophetic seal of the calling of God. He is.
This is Branch Davidian, like levels of crazy. And he's one of the normal ones. Like, that's the hard part to get, is he's the average of the new wave Christo-fascists. He's not that unique.
Appreciate it, guys.
Dealing with in Joe Biden, he is absolutely destructive, evil, and that's why it's hard for me to even watch him, because it's just the level of lying. I have never in my life seen anything to approach it. Nothing to approach it.
So Trump is a messiah and Biden is the biggest liar in the history of the country. So vote Trump, because it's the other people that lie. It's the other people that hate you. They're grifting from you. They want to take away your freedom and your rights and your ability to be racist openly in public without any recourse.
Communist, atheist, whatever. I mean, add adjective here. Communist, atheist, socialist, whatevers. Listen to what Lance Walnut says in this one.
You see, the left is loaded with demons. And those demons...
I mean, every single thing is dehumanizing of people. They work so hard to create the conditions to justify genocide, which is what they want. They want minority rule, and if they can't have it, they want you dead.
Project on everyone else what they secretly are all about. I don't think it's people anymore. I think you're dealing with demons talking through people. You look at those old speeches in Nuremberg.
And they're also the Nazis. It's the left that are the Nazis. You look at the Nazis, and they were socialists too. We're nationalists. Unlike the National Socialist Party, who were, nationalists. It's different.
Look at those Hitler rallies.
The Democrats are the nationalists, but they also hate America. They love America and want to make it great again, but also they hate it.
What you see is that Satan, by the spirit of Antichrist, is it's like what does it say? It's a mouth that speaks great and swelling words. So you're going to see. Just remember this, Christian, that you're going to listen to demons talking through people in order to create an incendiary land.
He's talking about himself. That's how he does this. One of my favorite lines that he says during January 6th is, you're going to hear that this was the FBI and the Democrats and the media trying to shut down the certification resistance movement in its tracks. So he's admitting they wanted to interrupt the certification. And the real demons are the ones not allowing them to overthrow the election. So he projects that the people trying to stop him are the criminals. We're just trying to overthrow the election, which is our freedom. And you are breaking the law to stop our freedom from overthrowing the election in the name of God.
Landscape.
So what he's...
But also, it's not us in there. It's somebody else. The violence isn't us, but also 1/3 of the revolution was started by patriots like us here at the Capitol. But also the violence is Antifa and it wasn't us. And you're going to find out all we wanted to do was shut the election down. And they tried to stop us, which is why we had to be violent. What choice did we have?
Doing here is he's trying to use fear to scare the holy bejesus out of Christians and prevent them from like even listening to what somebody to the left of hunting the homeless for sport has to say.
And what does this lead to? Where does this get us in society? Like, why does it matter that these fucking wackadoos are doing what they're doing?
One of the amendments in the Constitution says that, you know, there will be a separation between church and state. A lot of people are saying they want to see more church in state.
I do. I think so.
You know, it's other people that have Trump derangement syndrome. You know, them crazy leftist Democrats, because I got like 3 fuck Joe Biden shirts, but those crazy obsessed lefties have Trump derangement syndrome. I mean, every single thing that happens, it comes back to Trump. All they can think about is Trump and Trump and Trump. Those damn lefties, they're obsessed with Trump. They're deranged. It's not us. We're free-thinking patriots. Yeah, I'll take 6 more Make America Great Again hats, please.
Certain parts of the Constitution, take it or leave it.
Yeah, so I believe fully in the Constitution, you know, but I still
just not that particular thing.
They need church.
I believe in the Constitution. Okay, but there's separation. Okay, but like, no.
Separation
what up,
between
Miss
church
Maserati?
and state. A lot of people are saying they want to see more church in state.
I do. I think so.
So certain parts of the Constitution, take it or leave it.
Yeah, so I believe fully in the Constitution, you know, but I still
just not that particular thing.
They need church, or we need less government in our schools and more church in our schools. I think
more church in our state.
Christian nationalism is having quite the moment in Trump's GOP, isn't it? But it seems like some of Trump's...
This is what it leads to. This is what this ongoing, constant, like, fear, manipulation, anger, dehumanization, that, like, this guy can say what he's saying because he is superior to all people that aren't Christian like him, people that weren't born here. None of those people are as superior as he is. And so from the superior position, he's going to tell us what other people need in their lives. And he's not trying to tell people what to do. He's just helping them. You'll see that as a theme. I'm not trying to tell people what to do. We need it. They need to just listen. I'm not trying to tell them what to do.
Supporters have never really stopped to think what it'd mean for the country.
Don't let anybody tell us that this is not a Christian country. It is.
Is a Jewish person going to burn in hell? Yes or no?
They can't. See, they've never thought through any of their Nazi-style fascism. This is a free country, and as a free country, everybody needs to believe what I believe, because this is a Christian nation. Okay, but what about Jews? It's a Christian nation, though. Okay, but you said freedom. Yeah, but God wouldn't want to let those people be free.
Yes or no? You just have to answer yes or no. If Ram's Jewish, is he going to burn in hell?
I'm right here.
Jesus said,
So there you have it. Jews control everything.
I am the way and the truth and the life.
So yes.
So which one?
You're saying yes? You're saying yes? Yes?
You're framing me.
You're saying it.
You're framing me to have to say that only if you're not a Christian, you're going to hell, and this is a Christian nation. Okay, so my Jewish friend here, is he going to hell? You're unfairly framing me. What up, Tail Gunner? How you doing? Like, this is crazy.
It's a Christian nation, so everyone who is not Christian, they're basically being told they're going to burn in hell. That means that the nation that they live in believes that people that don't believe in their religion are burning in hell. That's a really big thing to say.
People are talking about making America a Christian nation. Would you support that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, the values, thought that's what we built the country on, was my impression, but obviously things got twisted along the way.
Yeah. I mean, from what I remember, us slave owners were good Christians. And then when they took our slaves away, they started taking prayer away too. And so us good white Christians, we basically became the minority after they gave the slave owners reparations. How come us white people don't get enough credit for stop having slaves? I mean, if it wasn't for us, we'd still have slaves right now.
It's pretty disheartening to see what's going on. So many people are unaware of the just general challenges in life. What's going on behind the scenes on the bad side.
On the bad side, the evil side, the subhuman side, if you will.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Well,
not really, because my beliefs, when said out loud and in public, they sound really fucking bad. They sound really fucking bad. So, like, here's what I believe, but if you, like, ask me to explain it, I got to use, like, coded language because I'll get canceled because the woke left doesn't like the idea of us, ruling them.
In life, what's going on behind the scenes on the bad side.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, conspiracy theories, tin hat guy, call it what you will. I've been in the rabbit hole deep in all directions, and over the last couple of years, I've been awake for a long time.
I've been awake for a long time.
Deep in the rabbit hole, verifying incidentals, looking at videos, checking backgrounds, doing homework. I had to vet everything. And it was never.
I mean, this is real. This is real. These are the good Christians that need to tell us how to live our lives. This is what republicanism is. This is what Christianity is now.
A real church kind of guy, but in the last couple of years, I've gotten real spiritual. In here, you have to get with yourself.
What happens to people who are not Christian in this country, who are atheist, who are Jewish, who are Islamic? If America is religious freedom and there is a sort of a mandate for Christianity in America, what happens to that?
Repeat the question. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Wait. There are people that aren't Christian. Like, wait. There's consequences to what I'm saying. No. I don't think about other people. I know this is what I want, and like this is what I want. I want it. It's what I want. I want it.
What do we say to our Jewish brothers and sisters if we're saying we have a Christian nation?
I wouldn't necessarily even call it pushing Christianity, or like I don't even go there. I'm like,
what?
I am what I am.
I'm not pushing it on them. I just know we are a Christian nation and we need to implement more Christian rule. But like when you make me say it out loud, when I'm in the comfort of my fucking radical Christian church, my fundies, when me and my fundies are out, it's totally different. We don't have questions like this. We tell people how they need to behave, and they pretty much just
shut the fuck up.
So knowing that gives me my spirituality. So that's a worldwide thing. That's not Islamic. That's not Hebrew or Jewish or German.
We need more Christianity, but all the things I'm saying right now, no, it's not about Christianity.
Or any other, it's humankind.
These fucking people.
In my book, that's kind of how things sort of seem to work, you know, if you're paying attention.
The usual MAGA suspects keep talking about the mythical persecution of Christians in America while advocating for the very real discrimination of people who don't pray the way they do.
If there really is this separation of church and state like they believe it means, well, then what is Ilhan doing with her hijab?
It doesn't say you can't observe your own religion. Like being the victim of not being able to force other people to do what you want. And then that's where we are. This is how genocide occurs. I have to kill you because no matter how few of you there are, you're stopping me from what I want. And once I destroy you, everything will be better. Completely better. Once we kill all the Jews, Germany will be great again.
I mean, why is she able to go in there with that? I mean, why aren't they shouting?
Literally, she's saying all us Christians shouldn't be able to wear a cross because she wears her religious garb. And that's wrong. So if separation of church and state, she shouldn't, because it's fake. You know, the First Amendment, it's not even real. I'm tired of this junk that government is supposed to control religion.
Shouting that from the rooftop, separation of church and state.
And this threat to democracy has made its way to Congress. I mean, my colleague, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, has said, quote, Christian nationalism is actually a good thing. It is an identity that Republicans need to embrace. And I am being attacked by the godless left because I said I am a proud Christian nationalist, end quote. My colleague, Representative Lowen Bober, said, quote, the church is supposed to direct the government. The government is not supposed to direct the church. I'm tired of this separation of church and state junk, end quote. Junk being the Constitution and Bill of Rights. The Bible itself in 2 Corinthians actually warns us against this. Paul warned against this. He warned us against people who would preach of a Christ that differs from the true Christ that we learn about in the Bible. That's exactly what Christian nationalism is doing. I condemn religious extremism everywhere, globally and domestically. We have to recognize the threat it poses to our most...
Christian extremists are running the Republican Party. They run the court. They run, like, we're here. The Speaker of the House would do ritualistic sacrifices if it would fucking benefit it.
Sacred freedoms and rooted out everywhere. And I think it's incumbent, especially upon us as Christians, and me as a Christian, to be at the forefront of the fight to ensure that white nationalism and Christian nationalism doesn't see the light of day. Thank you, and I yield back.
White Christian nationalism fuses Christianity with a rigid view of civic life, a view that true Americans are white, native-born, and conservative. On January 6th, it was the connective tissue that tied disparate groups together and propelled them to action. It's infecting our government.
If only there was somebody that, like, clearly explained this. Like, I mean, if only, like, years ago, somebody tried to explain it.
Our streets! Our streets! Our streets!
Almost 2.5 years ago now.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? So that was the crash in Charlottesville, and I was doing some research from curiosity that quickly turned into research of concern. And what I'm going to show you is a bit of the efforts that I've been doing to kind of discover why the feeling that Christianity or Christian nationalism and white nationalism or neo-Nazis seem to be getting closer and closer. And my concern is not so much that Christians are inherently racist in like an overt way, but my concern is that Christians find themselves in the room with overt racism and they're not running out of the room. They're not even yelling about it. They're not even complaining. And I'm afraid that for a long time there's been an intersection coming. And I think Trump really accelerated that. And January 6th was a great culmination to prove it. And this video that you're about to see is kind of showing some of the intersections where white nationalism and white evangelicals are starting to have a very similar message. And you could just interchange some of the words, but the messages are near identical. Please subscribe to our channel. This is just part of a full-length feature, or full-length. Thank you. Sorry about that. I didn't say anything important. It wasn't that big a deal. But this is where they are. Over 2 years ago.
Jews in American history. She was inside the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh that horrific October day in 2018 when a gunman stormed in and slaughtered 11 of her fellow worshipers.
With a tweet saying vaccinated employees get a vaccination logo, just like the Nazis.
I mean, they're dying to be the victim. And if they're the victim of these other Nazis, then it makes sense that they can fight back. Like, we're the real victim. I'm me as a white Christian, I'm the most discriminated against.
Force Jewish people to wear a gold star.
Can look back in a time in history where people were told to wear a gold star, and they were definitely treated like second-class citizens, so much so that they're
implying that the people who aren't them are the Nazis.
Put in trains and taken to gas chambers in Nazi Germany.
From 2015 to 2019,
during the Holocaust.
The Jews didn't one day get called to the edge of the railroad and be told to get onto the boxcars. There were 1,000 little acts infringing upon their liberty prior to that.
Post claims
Masks equal Holocaust.
those wearing the badge would have limited access to travel, work, and health care.
You know who didn't assign themselves? You know who didn't assign themselves gold stars and say, we're the victim, here's my gold star? You know who didn't do that? The Jews. The Jews weren't like, oh, we're so persecuted. We are so persecuted. Give me a gold star. I don't know why it's like a baby Mort. Oh, you don't think we deserve to have our own stars? Is that what you are saying to me now? That we do not deserve our own stars?
along with the words, quote, "Wake up, people. Is this sounding familiar?" The post features a yellow Star of David along with the word unvaccinated and a microchip with the numbers 666.
It's sad and ironic.
To your relations department and have them contact you.
Patriots is
So I did a disgusting hate-based thing. I did an anti-Semitism. And when I got told I was being anti-Semitic, that's canceling. And I told you we're the victims. Like, if I punch you in the face and then you push me, and I turn around and go, see, I told you you'd push me.
It's time to take the gloves off and stop conducting business as usual. After being attacked for speaking the truth and sounding the alarm.
And by attacked, I mean people said things about me. I said thing about them. They said thing about me. And that's they unprovoked attacked me.
You made yourself look like the biggest joke ever.
We see where all across the country, our liberties are in fact being stripped away from the citizens, just like we warned you about.
And some Jewish leaders say that there's no coincidence here. The growth of crimes against Jews intensified under President Trump.
A Confederate flag paraded through the Capitol, for instance.
You know, this isn't a white supremacist symbol. That's just a lie. It's just a meme. You know, I know all the racists use it now, and you know, but it doesn't mean that. No, it doesn't mean that thing. It doesn't mean it. It doesn't. He's just saying everything's okay. I mean, that's all he's saying.
Let me see your stickers. In the last few months alone, it's manifested itself in the form of swastikas on street corners in California and Virginia, a vandalized Anne Frank memorial, and a menorah shot with a pellet gun during Hanukkah.
When we see anti-Semitism rear its head in the form of the symbols, in the form of sweatshirts that say Camp Auschwitz, you know, that's a problem for Jews in America.
Yeah, exactly.
But more deeply, it's a problem for all Americans.
If you buy the concept that those who forget history are condemned to relive it, how much of your brain...
Okay, now he can go eat all the dicks, by the way, this guy, Greenblatt. He can go eat every dick on the planet.
...is given over to the possibility what we saw the 6th of January was just the beginning.
What just happened is really, if you will, the end of the beginning.
The end of the beginning. That's the part I was waiting for. The end of the beginning. Because they openly tried to get away with it. And then when it failed, they openly supported the terrorist attack. Even on the very day it was happening. Fox News, the preachers, Congress people on the floor, they all sided with Antifa, Ray Epps, and the FBI. You know, Antifa, Ray Epps, and the FBI went into the Capitol to try to overthrow Biden becoming president. And weirdly enough, even though Gates said it was Antifa, he voted with Antifa then. Super weird how that happens.
To Congress and top officials in the previous administration, to the wife of a Supreme Court justice whose messages to the president's chief of staff leading up to the insurrection smacked of white Christian nationalism. Thankfully, good Americans, people of faith and non-believers are standing up to this violent ideology.
Obviously, Trump is using his newfound faith to court white evangelical Christians, but it's pretty gross how willing these so-called Christians are to get behind such an obviously terrible guy. A guy who was...
Yes. Yes. They will. They will even buy...
We're outside a Trump rally now. Trump is just selling Bibles for $60.
I'm proud to be partnering with my very good friend Lee Greenwood. Who doesn't love his song, God Bless the USA, in connection?
I mean, can you imagine before Donald Trump what Christians would say if a fucking president sold their own signature Bible? Could you imagine if Ronald Reagan tried to sell his own Bible, or if Bush, Carter, and any one of them tried to sell their own Bible? He's the least religious president we've ever had.
With promoting the God Bless the USA Bible.
So we created our own Bible, the Trump Bible. Get your Bibles, get your Trump Bibles here. The good book is now a great book.
It's like the Bible, but better. The Bible's out of date. This is making the good book.
Look, other people have Trump derangement syndrome, by the way. They're not patriotic enough. They don't own any clothes that look like a flag. They've never desecrated the flag to the degree that I have. So me with my Guy Fieri wig, because I couldn't get a Trump wig.
Great again.
Would you guys like to get grifted? I'm selling Bibles.
They're
Would you like to get grifted?
Parables. There's so much to be learned from Donald Trump's life.
This is a passage from the Trump Bible.
One day, a great plague swept across the land, spreading fear and devastation in its wake. As the death toll mounted and communities cried out for help, Donald Trump found himself faced with a grave test of leadership. Donald Trump said unto the people, I see the disinfectant that knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning?
I see the disinfectant.
These guys are fucking brilliant. I mean, they really are brilliant. You got to give it to them.
That knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. Is there any way we could do something like that? Injection or something? Almost like cleaning?
Donald Trump said unto his servants, I shall change the path of the hurricane with thy Sharpie.
Among the listeners was a humble tradesman named Billy Bush, who listened in shock and dismay as Donald Trump boasted about his ability to take whatever he desired, regardless of consent or consequence. And Donald Trump said unto Billy Bush, when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the pussy. You can do anything.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. I mean, how else? And I mean, it will make no difference. It will make no difference. But how else can you make them face it? Like, how else? Read pussy grabbing rapists from the Bible. Call it the Bible and talk about his raping.
This is the Obama passage. Fueled by his bigotry and ambition, Donald Trump spared no effort in spreading his malicious lie far and wide, hoping to sow doubt and division among the people and seize power for himself. Trump said unto the people, check his birth certificate. This is from election.
Trump said unto the people, check his birth certificate. Oh, it's too good. That's too fucking funny.
2020. As the ballots were counted and as the results announced, it became clear that Donald Trump had not secured enough votes to win the election and remain in power. However, instead of accepting the outcome with grace and dignity, Donald Trump refused to concede defeat. Donald Trump proclaimed the election to be fraudulent and rigged.
As chaos unfolded, a voice echoed from the heavens, calling out to Donald Trump and urging him to heed the principles of justice and democracy. Respect the will of the people, the voice implored, and accept the outcome of the election. For the strength of our nation lies in its adherence to the rule of law and the peaceful transfer of power. But Donald Trump, blinded by his pride and ambition, turned a deaf ear.
Trump Bible, cautionary parables, all the stuff not to do, really.
Cautionary parables.
Storm was coming across a great land. And Donald Trump said unto his servants, I shall change the path of the hurricane with this Sharpie. How did that make you feel, that Bible story?
It's not a Bible story.
No, it is a Bible story. It is. It's in the Trump Bible. See? Trump Bible, and it's a story in it, so it's a Bible story.
And it's a story in it, so it's a Bible story.
Protect content that is pro-God.
There is only one Bible.
No, the old Bible is a little out of date, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, making the good book great.
It's not out of date. The world Trump is not God. God picked Trump to lead us.
There's a new book.
God picked Trump, which is why God needs me to vote. God has anointed Trump, which is why I need to get some of my trucker friends and make left turns around DC for a week, complaining about the price of gas.
Book of the Bible. I'm going to where?
Straight to hell.
Going to hell?
Yep, straight to hell. I thought God decided who goes to hell. It's you. Oh, are you God? Hey, You're God. You decide who goes to hell? Wow. Crazy.
I'm going to hell because I made the Trump Bible?
Let's see your book.
What's that?
You get out of here. Your free speech isn't welcome around here. You're intimidating our free speech, which is why I'm getting my gun.
So it's a Trump Bible. It's brand new Bible stories based on the life of Donald Trump.
There's one Bible. It's a mockery.
It's not a mockery. No, it's a better version.
It's a better version than the Torah. You know, the irony of what he's doing is too good because he's Jewish. And when you think, like, there's the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible or the Old Testament, and then they were like, nah, Old Testament, it's newer. This is a newer story about God. This is the newer story. And so he's just saying, no, this is the newer one. Like, he's literally doing the thing. There's a great meta there. There's a great meta there. He's the one that said...
So there you have it. Jews control everything.
Here, I'll see if I can find that clip.
Brand new Bible stories based on the life of Donald Trump.
There's one Bible. It's a mockery.
It's not a mockery. No, it's a better version.
It's a better. Stop trying to exploit people.
No, that's blasphemy to sell Bibles, isn't it?
Oh, it's blasphemy to sell Bibles?
Yeah, isn't it?
I guess so, but Donald Trump's selling $60 Bibles right now.
I know, I can't believe it.
We love God.
Listen, the Bible says no scripture is of any private interpretation, so it's not given by man, it's given by...
I mean, these people are so fucked. I don't really like what Trump does, but I love Trump. Here's that.
Oh, interesting.
They control Wall Street. They control the banks. They control Hollywood. Every fucking building in New York City is owned by Jews.
Hey,
fucking close.
I'm Jewish.
I don't give a fuck.
You gotta get out of
I ain't
here.
going no fucking
I control everything. You gotta go.
I'm not going no fucking way.
You gotta go. I'm Jewish. But I control everything.
No,
So
you don't control
you
me,
gotta
fucker.
go. You gotta go.
Movement.
I'm just saying So there you have it. Jews control everything. I was able to clear this.
My God.
So what did you think about Donald Trump selling it for $60?
Well, I'm not going to buy one, that's for sure.
No, I don't think so.
Donald Trump has been selling the Bible.
I think he does.
He does sell it.
They're like, no, he would never do that. Not my Donald Trump. I think selling the Bible is wrong. Okay, well, Donald Trump's selling the Bible. Well, I'm sure he's got a plan. Yeah, it is epic.
With Lee Greenwood.
I'm proud to partner with Lee in this offering. He's a very special man.
But is selling Bibles to supporters of Griff?
And we have to protect anything that is pro-God.
But as his presidency came to the end, Donald Trump's thirst for wealth and power knew no bounds. Blinded by greed and ambition, he concocted a deceitful scheme to exploit the trust and devotion of his followers. Turning to the sacred scriptures for inspiration, Donald Trump saw an opportunity.
You know, it's us that have Trump derangement syndrome because we don't have enough flags.
To profit from
we have never bought. You know, it's funny. I every now and again in the comments, somebody will say something about Trump derangement syndrome, and I'm like, none of us have clothes with Trump's name on it. We don't buy like anti-Trump stuff, but you guys own more stuff with Biden's name on it than all the Democrats together. Like, you have Trump gear and gear with Biden's name on it. We don't have any of that. And we're the obsessed ones who haven't spent a single penny on either of these people. But you've spent money to speak on both of them. And you hate Joe Biden and you glorify Donald Trump. And we're the obsessed ones. Like, there's nothing that isn't like a crazy 5150 level of nuts.
Faith of his loyal followers.
Made in China.
He commissioned the printing of countless Bibles.
I think you all should get a copy of God Bless the USA Bible now and help spread our Christian values with others.
I mean, this is a fucking Nazi thing. the others that aren't Christian are less American than you. So elect me to make those people legally less than you.
Don't listen to the words of grifters. Okay, be wary of grifters. Like people trying to sell you $60 Bibles.
It's a grift, right?
Oh yeah, I want to buy anything from you. No way, man.
You said you would.
No, I won't.
You just said, hey, I want to buy anything from you. You said you'd buy anything from me. I didn't hear the wouldn't part. Maybe I misheard you. The 10 Commandments. Thou shalt commit adultery.
Thou shalt put no other person above Trump.
Thou shalt steal.
Thou shalt commit false witness against thy neighbor. It means you can lie.
Why is it just the opposite of the actual?
Oh, it's the Trump version of it.
I don't think Trump would believe in that.
You don't think Trump has cheated on his wife?
He probably did.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my God. And they won't see it. They'll never see it.
You don't think he said on tape that he wanted to have sex with a married woman?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. And you don't think he's lied?
Of course.
Okay.
He's lied.
You don't think he's stolen before?
I don't know if he stole it.
No?
What did he steal?
He tried to steal the election.
Well, this is different. This is the Trump Bible, but he's selling his. We're trying to grift people on our own.
We're trying to grift people on our
own. Would you like a Trump Bible?
Oh, how much are they?
Only $10.
Oh, $10?
Yeah.
I gave you Trump's names on it. Absolutely. I'm very Christian. I just came from the salon. And the economy is destroyed.
$10? Can I read you the Trump commandments?
I mean, they can't even hire people that I don't tip.
Commandments?
Well, follow us.
Sure.
We don't want to keep the thing here.
Thou shalt put no person above Trump. Thou shalt commit adultery. Thou shalt kill.
Here, sweetie.
Thou shalt cover.
He's reading it and they're still trying to give him their money. Holy fuck.
Covet thy neighbor's wife.
We just sold a Trump Bible here. There you go.
Here's another 10. Ooh.
So many things to learn in there. A lot of stuff is about what not to do.
The good book is now a great book.
Unbelievable.
We sold 3 Bibles today.
These fucking people are morons. So, I thought this was a fun, interesting story about how the good Christians are just so mistreated. It's very, very unfair that this woman got fired from her job. I mean, she got fired for being Christian, right?
I'm going to play for you just a little bit of what she was saying here, and then we'll talk about it.
Starbucks enforced this new policy that basically we had to use everyone's preferred pronouns, specifically, for transgender people.
Dude, it is fucked up when we can't separate restaurants from some people and other people. In fact, we could give trans people like their own fountain and their own space. That way they can live their lives and we can live our lives. It'll be like separate but equal. Right, lady? I'm sure you've never heard that before. Separate but equal. Christians only.
And, I care a lot about
weird to be pious from the back of the bus, don't you think? Don't you think it's weird to be pious about uppity people that want something different?
Faith. I take my faith seriously and I try to
30 years
be as much like Jesus as I can. Obviously it doesn't always work out, but I knew that I just could not cross those lines because according to
I could not cross the line of respecting somebody else because that's a lie. And as a Christian, I don't lie. That's a sin. So I'm doing this TikTok about how I cannot allow people to be trans in my presence in an accepting way to honor whatever their wishes are. Because as a Christian, I know better than them. And I will not sacrifice my integrity for their lie. So I'm going to tell them they're lying.
My faith, you're not supposed to lie, and God made
Honor thy neighbor unless you disagree with your neighbor.
Male and female, and basically I just could not lie about a man being a woman or a woman being
Is this a Candace Owens audition tape?
a man.
Yeah, sure. So
Candace Owens without the makeup.
she says she was fired because of her Christian faith. And anytime anyone says that, like, all your spidey senses should be tingling, because that's not a thing that happens ever.
It's not a thing.
Like, no one gets fired for being Christian, not realistically. And you could tell from what she was saying, she was basically fired for something involving bigotry, and now she's using religion as an excuse to make her bigotry seem acceptable. And here's basically what she was going for. I'm going to show you this image. This is from Fox News Digital, but they got a copy of it. And basically, Taylor said that she was working at that Starbucks for like 2 years, never had a problem. And she never had a problem with their pride displays until 2022, when she said there was this wall with various terms on it and their definitions. This is an example of what she's talking about.
We don't hate. We love them. We love them so much. We want to stop them from the mistake they're making.
Let's talk about pronouns. And look at, okay, if you are Starbucks, I don't get why Starbucks is doing this, because I don't want to have a conversation about this. I just want my damn coffee. But okay, look at what they're doing to celebrate Pride. Many people, transgender and cisgender, use pronouns. And they say here at the top, like, pronouns, she, her, he, him, they, them are more commonly used. But there are newer.
I would never go to this Starbucks in a million years. Not because of the message. Not because of the message. But because they don't even clean their own chalkboard before putting new stuff on it. What do you think they're doing to the equipment? They can't even clean off the chalkboard before they put new stuff on it.
Pronouns, Z, Zim. It's a little there, pucks. She said to me here, worst one, I don't read any of the a man that would be in that video, little Holocaust talk she put up. She has since taken it down. So it's articles like she didn't call one customer by their preferred pronoun or something like that. It's because her managers cited complaints from coworkers. Like, not a joke. There were, I want to make sure I'm getting this in here somewhere.
Again, people, Christians and Christianity of today, they're hate-based bigots. And then when they get the ramifications of being a hate-based bigot, that's the first attack. Like, this is how people can believe this Israel-Palestine issue really started on October 7th. That's how they're able to do this. Because they start in an arbitrary place that allows them to be both the victim and the hero. Ignore the racist, homophobic, transphobic behavior I've shown, and that I've called you demons and subhuman and baby killers. Ignore all that, because if you're going to say these radical Christians are dangerous, that is the first shot being fired. We're not transphobic. Okay, tell me about Bud Light. I mean, every single thing wrong with Bud Light was one single Instagram post with one trans person. So if you just ask them, oh, we're not transphobic. Okay, well, what was the issue with Bud Light? One trans person. Tell me about women in sports. Are women's sports important and need to be protected? Or are women in sports overpaid and should just shut the fuck up? Which one is it? Like, seriously, which one is it? Do we need to protect women's sports, or should we defund women's sports and put that money elsewhere? Oh, it's both? It's both. We need to defund women's sports, but while we're defunding it, we need to attack it.
There were, here we go. This is the only thing Starbucks said in response to all this, that they're not going to tell you why she was fired. Of course, they're not going to tell you why she got fired. But this is what Starbucks told Fox. When Fox News Digital reached out to Starbucks, the chain said it's not going to comment on this private employment matter. However, Starbucks has no tolerance for discrimination or harassment of any kind in our stores, and we're committed to fostering an environment where everyone is welcome, valued, and respected. We expect all partners, employees, to abide by company policies and standards, including our anti-harassment and anti-discrimination policies. And if you want to read between the lines there, it sounds like she wasn't.
That's awesome.
Following those standards that were set to her.
That's like the CEO of Guinness, the CEO of Coors, and the CEO of Bud are all out to dinner. And a waitress comes over, and the CEO of Coors says, I'll have a Coors Light. And the CEO of Bud says, I'll have a Bud Light. The CEO of Guinness says, I'll have some water. They kind of look at him, and they're like, what? Why didn't you, what's with the water? He goes, well, if you're not going to order beer, neither am I.
I read in other places that she refused to call her colleague by their pronoun, and that there were multiple complaints.
Okay, so you get it. Like, in the everyday world, these Christians are the victim while telling you how your life needs to be lived. They're the victims of you. So you remember Shane Vaughn, right? The guy the guy that called Ketanji Brown Jackson a monkey talk of some sort. Where is it? There it is.
Watch this.
Now y'all got to watch this little. I got to watch my mouth here because when I can talk about anybody unless they black. Okay. Y'all got to watch this. Don't call it no jungle. Let's see. Y'all got to watch this. Let's go with the wig. How about that? Y'all watch this blonde wig head. Y'all got to watch this. Now I can't talk about them like that because I get in trouble. Let me see.
He's literally doing the I can't say this racist thing that I can't call Chris Christie fat. We're not going to call Chris Christie fat. It's not nice. We're not going to call him fat. It's not nice to make fun of people's weight. Do not call Chris Christie fat like that.
Now y'all got to watch this little.
This is after he did the Ketanji Brown Jackson racism.
I got to watch my mouth here because when I can talk about anybody unless they black. Okay.
Why did he adopt code switching? I can talk about anybody but they black, unless they black. Can't talk about them blacks. Where did that come from? He's code switching. That is so weird.
Audience. Watch this.
Now y'all got to watch this little. I got to watch my mouth here because when I can talk about anybody unless they black. Okay. Y'all got to watch this. Don't call it no jungle bunny. Let's see. Y'all got to watch this. Let's go with the wig. How about that? Y'all watch this blonde wig head. Y'all got to watch this. Now I can't talk about them like that because I get in trouble. Let me see. You can talk about anybody in the world, but anyway, they can talk about me all day long. They can call me. Look, they can still frame my face where you can do anything you want to a white man, anything you want to, but you can't say.
White men are the victim of his current racism because I'm not even allowed to be racist anymore, which makes me the victim. They can be mean to me. They can say mean things about me, but I can't be racist without people saying something about me. He'll find a way.
Say nothing.
So this is also, remember,
we're living in a world that hates men, especially white men. Let me tell you what lesbianism is. Lesbianism is not even sexual. It is mental. When you begin to say what God's word doesn't say, I don't need a man, I don't want a man, that is lesbianism, whether you're ever involved with another woman or not. God created a woman for the man. The Bible says that. I don't care if you like it. I don't care if you get mad. You can't argue with me. You can't debate me. I'll shut you down with God's word.
So, okay, I'm going to put this on. I'll be right back. And then we're going to get into the American Redoubt. Does anybody know? I'll have my phone with me in the stream, but does anybody know what the American Redoubt is? If you do, put a little blurb of what the American Redoubt is. I'll be right back.
I make a commitment to you, says the Lord, that I will not let the evil steal your midterm elections.
We take our authority over this election. Jesus is Lord over the midterm election.
This president is not suffering dementia. He is possessed.
with the devil.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a satanic portal above the White House. There is a demonic portal, a satanic portal above the White House that appeared shortly after the election of Biden. And it must be closed, and it will be closed by prayer.
We are actually invaded from hell itself in the executive branch of the United States of America.
Oh, yeah.
We're in spiritual warfare.
The country's being run by this class of people who are not Christian. You know, you could say it's the left, and behind that is the Jews, and behind that is the devil. We are humbled and excited to welcome to the stage right now the representative from Georgia, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I also call myself a Christian nationalist, and that's not a bad word. That's actually a good thing, right?
This fight before us proves to us that God is with us. He has chosen me, and he has chosen you.
So listen, Oregon, y'all better go buy some swords in the name of Jesus, right?
Pick up the sword and fight, and Christ will reign in the state of Idaho.
Oh, yeah. Where's Goliath? November, we're going to take our state back. My God will make it so.
So if we are going to have one nation under God, which we must, we have to have one religion, one nation under God and one religion under God, right?
The church is supposed to direct government.
There's no separation of church and state.
Right.
The church and state are one.
Yes. And I'm tired of this separation of church and state junk.
This country was founded as a Christian country, and it can only exist as a Christian country.
We serve a big God that's given us power
and
and
authority.
to tread over every demonic spirit. Hallelujah. Nancy Pelosi will bow at the name of the Lord Jesus Christ.
Nancy, she loves to drink the little children's blood. Well, now she will pay the ultimate price with her life.
How many more kids are going to have to be boiled, eaten? Because you won't do anything, Pastor. You won't do anything, Christian, because you don't want to get involved in politics.
And look, this is a Christian nation. This is a Christian country. Christ is real. We have to do the right thing. It's time to shut up, elect Trump one more time, and then stop having elections.
Republicans from the federal level to the state level, which is what I'm going to be talking about today, are...
That was good timing. Okay. The title of the video that came up, creepy Republican gives floor speech to legalize cousin marriage. Oh, fuck's sake. Okay, we back. Here's what we're doing. The American Redoubt. There's a video that I watched a couple years ago, and it really helped me to better understand the mind, not only the mind of the militia, the mind of the like alt-right, racist, militant, violence desiring like group, but also like how many people have the general mindset of like a Confederate, a Christo-national Confederate. And the hate is for everybody. This is the scary part. And maybe like it's almost better that they hate everybody instead of just like it's all concentrated. It's almost like diffusion of impact. Like if you jump off of something 8 feet tall, the idea is to land and roll and diffuse the impact points. When you punch, you don't want to punch with a single knuckle. You want a flat fist to create that type of impact. Or you impact with a sharper focus. So luckily, I guess it's more of like a shotgun spray than it is a direct, this is the one group. But they do get to those one groups. Like they have a bunch of those one groups. Like they have the immigrants, they have DEI, they have the Jews, they have minorities. Like they do have them, but it's not just one. Now, granted, I guess the Nazis had more than one too. but they focused one at a time, it seemed like, at least from like the actions. So, interested in how it fits with movements like the Great Oregon Project. Well, it's probably almost one and the same. So first, I got two quick videos with this dude who it's from CBC. What is CBC? Canadian. Hey.
Do it. He's in tune. Hey, good day. Welcome to the Great White North. I'm Bob McKenzie. This is my brother Doug.
So this is my brother Doug up in Canada.
The fertile ground and wide open spaces of Montana's Flathead County are a big draw for some Americans who are worried about what the future holds. Sparsely populated and with ample fresh water and game to hunt, this part of the world has long attracted people looking to escape the trappings of the modern world. Now, Montana, along with neighboring Idaho and Wyoming, as well as parts of Washington and Oregon, have been branded the American Redoubt, essentially a place for primarily conservative and Christian Americans to come to prepare for the worst. That's what brought DJ LeBaron here. LeBaron, who was actually born and raised in Canada, worries about surviving a natural disaster like a major earthquake or flood.
People are not prepared. And when bad things...
It's fear. They're not afraid of anything. Which is because they're prepping for their biggest fears. They live based on the end of the world is around the corner, which is why this man does not exercise and does not see a plate of food that doesn't interest him. This man looks like he ate the shibbity guy.
Things happen. People that we called friends for years, no longer your friends.
Now, LeBaron runs a store to help outfit people with survival gear and...
Yes, your family hates you because you're a radical maniac. And you think it's because your family sucks. You think they're the ones doing it, but it's actually you doing it.
Like you heard he fucked an ostrich, right?
Oh, that's greasy.
That's really fucking greasy.
Yeah, it's greasy. Greasy.
We're not the ones doing it.
Teach them how to use it. And he says it's not just natural disasters that have people moving to the Redoubt.
I think a lot of people are moving into this area because they feel more secure here than they do anywhere else.
Yes, they're fucking petrified, so they want to live in a white Christian ethno-state. Yes. And not only do they want to live in a white Christian ethno-state, they're still afraid. So they're like fortifying and th're ready for war because they're so afraid that even after they moved out of fear, they're afraid. They've come together in their Branch Davidian mentality of us against everybody.
Chuck Levesque has stored years worth of food and fuel inside his mountainside Montana home.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. If we're going to be in the society we're going to be in, the most logical thing to store is fuel. Because energy independent means I need the gas station every week, right? We need to be energy independent, which means I can always get to the gas station every week. Not, wind, solar, hydro, which I can do anywhere. And if we had economies of scale, all that stuff would be mostly affordable. But no, we need to be oil energy independent, which means if I don't store oil, I'll be out of oil in a week because the supply will be gone.
Primary concern.
That's what I call independent. Independent from the oil.
Isn't a natural disaster, but a man-made one.
An economic collapse of our economy because of the...
as opposed to the economic collapse of our sky. I'm afraid of crime, but I'm also afraid of the rapture, the gays, and the economics.
Of the national debt and the deficit.
Yes, the national. I'm petrified of the national debt, which is why I don't want to raise taxes. Because the only way we can deal with the debt is to never collect more money.
Deficit spending that's going on unchecked.
Unchecked spending. Elon gets $3 billion. How do you feel about that? Should we make sure Elon doesn't get any more $3 billion? How about the SpaceX money that he's wasting? How about the satellites that he has a monopoly over that the government hands him money to help develop? How about the money they gave him for the Hyperloop? Is that the spending? I'm trying to understand. Is the PPP that went to business owners, was that the spending that was a problem? Or are those things you agree with? How about when a tornado hits Iowa? Is that bad government spending? You want to cut that?
Also worries about political instability or a collapse of the electricity grid.
The Nazis are afraid that they might take out the power grid. You know who takes out the power grid? Do you know who does that? Let's see if I can find it right quick. Was it Baltimore?
We're back with what authorities are calling a foiled plot to take down a power grid in a major city.
According to authorities, the pair plan to, quote, completely destroy the city of Baltimore. And
it's almost weird how the fucking white Christian nationalists who are afraid of the power grid going down are also the same militias that are taking down the power grids. It's almost like they're afraid of themselves, but they have to blame other people for what they're doing. It's almost like that. It's almost like projection.
That would knock out power to his home. And those concerns about an uncertain future are ramping up here as a polarizing and contentious presidential campaign heads into the home stretch.
I mean, we all know how evil and hateful Joe Biden is, and Trump just speaks like the rest of us.
Roads of the American Redoubt are billed as a refuge for conservative Americans worried about the future of their country. But just how many of those Americans are actually moving here is difficult to say. To be sure, the wide open spaces of the northwestern U.S. is a draw for many worried about the future. And for some, like Chris Walsh, that's good for business. Walsh runs Revolutionary Realty, his specialty selling homes to people who are relocating to the Redoubt.
I think that there is
we're going to hear enough from that guy in this fucking video so he can eat all the dicks. Ready? Let's get into this video. So this video, I highly recommend you save, you use, you share with people. This is one of the best ways to show the dangers of the modern day MAGA Christo-nationalist Republican Party. Now, I don't call the MAGA, it's MAGA Republican Party, because you cannot be non-MAGA and be part of the party. You will get forced out. You cannot be in the RNC. You will get forced out. You will not be non-MAGA in the Republicans. And that way, you have to also be a Christo-fascist, because that's the leadership of the party. That's the Heritage Foundation, the Federalist Society, the Koch brothers. Like, that's just who this is.
Attention, patriots. Broadcasting from the free zones, Radio Free Redoubt begins in 5, 4.
Hey, Aiken, did you hear what they just said? I don't know if it'll ring. I don't know if it'll ring to you, but in your own documentary, they talk about the radio era of propaganda.
Attention.
And it was like Radio Free America.
Patriots. Broadcasting from the free zones, Radio Free Redoubt begins in 5, 4, 3.
This is North Idaho, a scenic part of the United States nestled against the Canadian border in the Pacific Northwest. The city of Coeur d'Alene sits by the edge of a beautiful lake and is surrounded by tree-clad hills. It is also one of the least diverse places in the country.
One of the least diverse places in the country. One of the least diverse places in the country. And they're still preparing for the end times.
90% of the population being white. More recently, it has become the place where a lot of unhappy Trump voters, conservative Christians, and supporters of the Second Amendment have come to live in what is known as the American Redoubt. The Redoubt is a movement of people from across the United States who want to live together under shared ideals of small government, self-sufficiency, and Christian principles. I've come here to find out if it also encourages domestic terrorism, religious extremism, and the formation of a white ethno-state.
We were very unhappy with the government in California, the direction it was going. It was becoming more and more of a nanny state. At the time, the Republicans...
It's the other people that were giving freedoms were becoming a nanny state, which is why we move here where we're all the same. And then even though we're all the same, we also, as you'll see, found it a requirement that we take over the government and the schools and everything. That we literally need not only to not be oppressed in California, but we need complete and total control.
And Democrats.
Only our complete and total control will end the oppression.
In Sacramento,
it's been that way for a long time. A lot of the Aryan camps up there. Absolutely. Absolutely. Have you ever seen this before? If not, you're going to love this.
Capital were fairly balanced. That began to change. And eventually it got to the point the Republicans were sort of the party of no. You know?
So the Republicans were in charge. Oh, no, wait, maybe they weren't.
The Democrats would propose something. They had enough Republicans to stop it.
Oh, no, that's what he is complaining. The Republicans that had power didn't do enough to do what I wanted. And so I knew that when both the Democrats and the Republicans don't agree with me, I know there's a real problem with them.
And then that went away.
Yeah.
And the Republicans show up.
Oh, you haven't? Okay.
They get paid for doing nothing because they can't get anything done. That was pretty much a death knell as far as we are concerned about freedom in California. So we came up here in Labor Day of 10 and looked around. We knew kind of
Labor Day of 2010. So understand, California was becoming oppressive. California was becoming a nanny oppressive state. And what that means is they were letting less and less of our religious bigotry be acceptable. Less and less of our religious discrimination was acceptable by law. And that's what I call a nanny state. Like, if I can't walk in to an area and call black people the N-word and demean them just for being black, and I can't tell migrants, well, at least people that look to me like a migrant, I can't tell them to go back where they came from and refuse them service. Like, all I'm trying to do is follow my religion with the bigotry that I'm allowed to do, and they weren't letting me.
To expect politically, we said, this is what we need to be. So 3 weeks later, we came back, looked at a few houses, and bought this one. What's interesting is that a number of years ago, Idaho was a blue state, and Kootenai County was a blue county. And then people started getting in here and saying, this is not the way to do it. And
So they don't want outsiders coming to their area to change the politics after they, as outsiders, came to the area and changed the politics. This is almost like the whites calling themselves the natives. We were here. Oh, right. We weren't the first ones here. We colonized this area, and now it's ours. And, any of the people that were here when we colonized it, them fighting back is actually an attack on us.
Enough people who came here, got registered to vote, and said, we want to see changes.
So tell me about what happened when...
So what he's saying is angry white Christians that want unfettered access to guns and want the government to only do like farm subsidies and VA socialism, but they want to end public schools. They don't want poor people to get benefits unless it's, poor farmers and poor white people. Then it's the Democrat and black people's fault they don't get more help from the government, because the government that they make sure doesn't fund anything is too busy helping the blacks.
The election results were announced.
Oh, well, uproar would be putting it mildly. The people that we hang with are politically astute.
We're the smart Christians. So we have not only the information superiority, but we have God on our side.
We pay attention to what's going on, and the numbers did not add up. And
the numbers didn't add up. We didn't count them, but, you know, Mike Lindell told us the numbers didn't add up, and so we knew the numbers didn't add up.
And they would already talk about what was going on, and most people said, no, something's gone on here. So there was a tremendous amount of anger.
Do you hear what here's his proof. Here, listen to his proof.
To what's going on, and the numbers did not add up.
No, I don't have an example, and I can't explain it to you, but they didn't add up.
And they would already talk about what was going on, and most
people were already saying we're being treated unfairly.
People said, no.
No, I'm not only am I gonna not be treated so unfairly as a white in America, but I'm not accepting democracy. No way. If we lost, it was cheating.
Something's gone on here. So there was a tremendous amount of anger. There still is. People say, well, let it go. No, this is my country.
It's the other side that is evil, and we're very angry. And we hate the other side so much we move to our own little white ethno area. And even that, we still have hate in our heart. In the name of God, we will not allow these others the freedom that they want to something.
What has happened, Joe Biden and his minions are leading this country down the road to perdition.
Right.
That's how we look at it.
Right.
He is there illegally, and I am not ashamed to say that. I will tell that to anybody. What he has done is wrong.
And is there a sense in which some of the recent...
So Joe Biden, with dementia from his basement, stole the election. Right? That's where we are. I thought Joe Biden could have the freedom to do what he wanted.
This is for what? Arresting me for what? I'm not allowed to stand up for myself? I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
I did that at one point, Aiken. I was comparing the 1936 platform of the Nazi Party. And yeah, they're pretty much the same.
Recent arrivals post-election see North Idaho as a place to kind of congregate with other conservatives?
There have been plenty of conversations about the potential balkanization of Idaho, and we'll use the Great American Redoubt as an example. The Great American Redoubt is Idaho, Eastern Washington, Eastern Oregon, Montana, and Wyoming. We don't want big government. We want nanny government. We want free.
We don't want big government. We want Christianity in the schools. We want freedom to enforce religious indoctrination. And we don't want to abide by the laws or the Constitution if it says we can't have what we say God says we can have.
Freedom. And one of the things important is people need to understand that those of us who espouse the belief in the Great American Redoubt, it's not based on religion. It is based on political thinking, because
it's not based on religion. It's based on political thinking that America is a Christian nation, and that the problem with America is we don't have our Christian roots anymore.
It's really what's going on here. So we don't care what religion.
They literally have to use language not only to hide their intentions, but to protect themselves. As you saw earlier, when you ask somebody, oh, this is a Christian nation. Okay, what does that mean for Jewish people? Well, it's a Christian nation. So should they get less rights? Should they have to convert to Christianity? Like, what happens? If it's a Christian nation and everywhere they go, it's required prayer, then what do Jewish people do? Oh, you're trying to trap me. No, I'm just trying to get you to explain your Nazi beliefs, that you've convinced yourself, oh, I'm pro-life. Okay, so what percentage risk to the mom's life do we have to wait for before she can have an abortion? You're pro-life, so what percentage risk of her life is she allowed to then have an abortion? And somebody asked Charlie Kirk, it was fucking beautiful, if there were 10 embryos and 3 newborn babies in separate rooms, and a fire happens and you can only get to 1, do you take the 3 newborns, or do you take the 10 embryos? If embryos are lives and people, which ones do you take?
You are. So long as you come in with the thinking that you agree with.
It's not even a trolley problem if they're all lives.
Your compatriots here. And I use compatriot in that very sense of patriotic friends. So that's really what we're talking about is.
Wait, patriotic friends. Do you hear the language?
Because that's really what's going on here. So we don't care what religion you are. So long as you come in with the thinking that you agree with your compatriots here. And I use.
So it's a Christian area with Christian values and Christian politics, but it's not about religion. It's about you have to assimilate to our way of thinking, or we don't want you here. And so if we don't want you here, then we're going to use the government to go after you, because we are small government libertarians who want to weaponize the government. You see, to us, small government means no regulation on us. Small government means you don't get a right to dictate any of the government, because if you do, that becomes big government. See, if black people have a say in the government, if black atheists have a say in the government, then that reduces your freedom to dictate all the laws. Because now you're going to have to live by the nanny state of like some form of equality.
Is compatriot in that very sense of patriotic friends.
Right.
So
yeah.
That's really what we're talking about is a community, a very large community. But
a community of like-minded Branch Davidians.
That's what we want to do.
Good morning, Patriots. Welcome and thank you for tuning in here at the...
They need the constant, like, reinforcement that you're the good guy. You're the good... Only Nazis are the good ones. It literally is this.
Let us to the truth. Take a look. They are.
I mean, it's crazy.
Voice of the American Redoubt.
Radio Free Redoubt is a
They need to surround you from all angles every day, because if you even get a couple days away from the bombardment of messaging, they could lose you.
Program that broadcasts across North Idaho and neighbouring Washington State. It is hosted by Jack Robertson and his wife Renee Holiday. It features a mix of readings from the Bible and extreme right-wing takes on political news.
They are not upholding any of our constitutional laws whatsoever because they're communists and they're in a takeover mode.
Nothing ever comes with an example. It's all hyperbole and rhetoric. They're not following the laws, because they're communists. They're Marxists. They want to take over. Oh, okay. Like, can you give me an example? Yeah, Joe Biden's a dictator. Okay, but like how so? Well, you see the demonic forces around him. Yes, I need to call in a wellness check.
They're sitting in...
Yes, the entire Redoubt, please.
The highest seat in the land, illegitimately, but they're still sitting in that seat.
Yep.
And
that's like when Aaron Rodgers was like, Biden's doing this, if it's even actually Biden. What, dude? What is wrong with you people?
Until we rectify it.
Yeah, we need a revival, I'll tell you that.
One of the people who advertises on the show is Chris Walsh. an estate agent who sells properties to people who want to live off the grid and be prepared for a societal breakdown.
There is an exodus happening in America today from cities full of crime.
Life is so brutal that, like, we have the largest population of plane owners.
And corruption to the rural areas of clean and sustainable living. Like-minded patriots are coming to North Idaho in search of a simpler, self-reliant lifestyle.
They have to, everything has to be a virtue signal. Like-minded patriots, good Christian values, traditional families, like it is an endless bombardment of the Manchurian phrases.
I'm Chris Walsh, broker and owner of Revolutionary Realty, based in the heart of America's great redoubt, North Idaho.
Some of the properties he sells are so remote he has to fly there in his own plane.
Now these people were pretty clever. They wanted to have more dwellings. So what they did, you see that red building out there? Mm-hmm. There's that one, and there's another one right over there. And those are skid-mounted houses. Those came from North Dakota and South Dakota, from the oil fields. The vast majority of preppers, to me, are really analogous to a 1968 hippie. And the reason for it is because those folks were looking for freedom, they wanted clean water, and they wanted non-interference. They didn't want to be told what to do. It was an expression of freedom.
No. You're there out of fear. They were there with a mission. You're here out of fear. You're petrified that if you become... Here's the reality. This is why people move to the Redoubt. A lot of these people are petrified that if they become the minority, the new majority will treat the minority whites the way the minority whites dream of treating the current minorities. Make America Great Again is putting whites back in a position where they literally in society are treated by law, not just like with manipulation of the law. They're treated by law as superior. Wife couldn't get a bank account. There was no marital rape. There was no no-fault divorce. Black people couldn't vote. They couldn't eat in the same restaurants. This is when America was great. And if the white people don't maintain their superiority, then pretty soon white people are going to be required to sit at the back of the bus. They're going to be required to have separate but equal fountains. And they're not going to have government control. They're going to have trouble with generational wealth because it'll be taken from them the way they took it from others. This is the fear. It's not that society's going to fall. It's that their supremacy is going to fall and equality is apocalyptic to them.
Freedom. And that's why you see so many of these people come up here, because they want those freedoms, and a lot of them have just been taken away.
I mean, when I say equality is apocalyptic to them, look at what they're buying. They're coming to live off the grid and pledge their allegiance to the Lord so that they can be lifted into heaven when Voltron Jesus comes down and splits Israel into two, kills all the Jews, and the good Christians were able to bring about the end of the Jews. And for that, they get rewarded with their 72 virgins in eternity. It's apocalyptic. And they're living, they're hoarding food, they're hoarding gas, land, guns, weapons. Like somehow Matt Shea and his band of merry men are going to stop the U.S. government. The only way they're going to do anything is with the aid of the U.S. government. And therefore, you wouldn't need the armor. They would give you the armor.
You know where they're at. The bottom line is that, you know, these people come and they like stuff like this because it's so usable. You know, they want to take stuff like this and turn it into pasture. They want to turn it into garden, what have you. It's already done. The stumps are already removed. You know, there's no trees out here. So this has been worked at some point by someone, you know, toward the idea that they wanted to grow garden, grow food, have animals on it. But you can see that the ground itself just has no rock in it. It has no stumps.
And how important is it to not have the house on the road for people?
It really depends more on area than anything else. So for example, if you're in a very heavily populated area, say Coeur d'Alene, Post Falls, what have you, where, you know, there's 100,000 people, being up on the road is a much bigger detriment. So if you're up here, Highway 2 is there, and yeah, there's people up here, but there's not 100,000. The vast
Being near the road is a big detriment.
majority of people that I see, that I speak to, that are coming here out of danger. They're fleeing from places where they're afraid.
We hate immigrants that are coming here out of danger. So say us here in the Redoubt, who came here fleeing the dangers of American equality, the dangers of universal health care, the dangers of renewable energy, the dangers of parental leave, and the dangers of free pre-K, the dangers of free college, the horror, the
For example, Seattle has real problems downtown. It's just not
real. It's just not safe in Seattle. The whole thing was burnt down. I was there. It's not even there anymore. Same with Portland. New York City's gone.
safe downtown now. The homeless live on the streets and claim them as their own property. So if you walk down the street, they'll tell you to get the F off their property, and they got no problem.
Oh my God, they say words to me. Look, I don't want homeless people. They should have chosen to do better like me, who flies around on my real estate plane.
With it. So people are in large part right now being driven by their fear. More often than not, either the woman or the man has just looked up and just said, listen, we need to live somewhere where it's safer. Just that simple.
I mean, it's just, by safer, you mean less diverse. I'm pretty sure that's what they mean. We need to go somewhere with less DEI. Wait, who said it? Was it Dilbert? Was it the Dilbert dude that said it?
I think we've got to handle this WQ because this...
The WQ, the white question?
White grievance, this
That's
white
funny.
frailty, this 20 years ago was bad. Now you got to do this? Are you kidding? Like the idea that anybody would even complain that Dilbert's being pulled? But listen to this. This is like...
this is textbook.
This is goes beyond textbook.
So if nearly half of all blacks are not okay with white people, according to this poll, not according to me.
According to this poll.
That's a hate group.
We should probably just say what this poll said, which isn't that are you okay with white people? It's a poll about the comment, it's okay to be white.
Just listen to the sensitivity of this fucking racist asshole.
Agree or disagree. 53%, and the other white saying civic
white.
Maybe
food.
So if nearly half of all blacks are not okay with white people, according to this poll, not according to me, according to this poll, that's a hate group. That's a hate group. And I don't want to have anything to do with them. And I would say, based on the current way
Big
things
change
are going,
in his lifestyle.
the best advice I would give to white people is to get the hell away from black people. Just get the fuck away. Wherever you have to go, just get away. Because there's no fixing this. This can't be fixed.
The Dilbert compound.
Right, this can't be fixed. You just have to escape. So that's what I did. I went to a neighborhood.
I mean, that's what these people are. Black people. He didn't have a personal story of a problem. He saw a study that confirmed why he moved years ago away from black people. See, I was ahead of the curve. I knew black people hated me.
And they know all these people that have moved
They're
too.
so soft. 10-ply. Soft serve. Mink.
North Idaho. And they come up
Baby's bottom.
here, and once they see it, and they're moving out of the rat race of I-5 in Los Angeles, they fall madly in love with it. So that's what they're really looking for.
They see endless seas of whites.
But in the end, it's really security.
And is the idea of defensibility something that people ask you about when they're looking at properties?
Yes. Yeah.
They are so fucking afraid. They want to know what they're buying and how they can fortify it. And can I build a bunker? I'm not afraid. But I do want a compound to protect myself. in the current collapse of American society. But you're the one who's afraid. I've got a gun. I'm not afraid. I bought Jim Baker's food slop.
Yeah, quite a bit. Yeah, and it's not, you know, there really is no such thing as a perfectly defensible property. But a lot of people are confused over the idea that they can actually defend a home from the home. There is no such thing, okay? As a former military member, I can tell you that the worst place that you ever want to be if you want to defend yourself from me is inside of a house. Don't, because I know where you're at, and you don't know where I'm at, and you never will. So I can come at you from any direction, anytime, and you'll know nothing about it. But
Dude, he's fantasizing about killing people. Like, you do get that, right? Like, right now, he's fantasizing about getting to kill somebody. Like, I don't know why he's sweeping a house.
actually defend a home from the home. There is no such thing, okay? As a former military member, I can tell you that the worst place that you ever want to be if you want to defend yourself from me is inside of a house. Don't, because I know where you're at, and you don't know where I'm at, and you never will. So I can come at you from any direction, anytime, and you'll know nothing about it, but you're stuck inside. Could get ugly.
It's not just people who want to live off the grid who are being drawn to the American Redoubt. All around Coeur d'Alene, these huge housing developments are being built to cater to one of the fastest rising property markets in the US. But do the people moving here know of the area's dark history of white supremacy?
And here we go, Missy.
Tony Stewart was here when Richard Butler set up the headquarters for his violently racist organisation, the Aryan Nations, in 1973.
I know that symbol.
When Richard Butler set up the...
I know that symbol. I know that symbol right there. I know that symbol. That's a Norse something, right? Wolf something.
Headquarters for his violently racist organisation, the Aryan Nations, in 1973.
So this is where the Aryan Nation property was?
This is the entrance to the former Aryan Nations compound, and they had a banner always across announcing that was Aryan Nations.
A white supremacist, Butler drew people to his compound.
Well, I've been going back and watching. I'm finally at the 4-hour mark, a little past it, of Aiken's documentary or Rumble's documentary. And that symbol shows up a bunch of times.
And who believed as he did, and his supporters held marches through downtown Coeur d'Alene in clan hoods and Nazi regalia.
Wolf's Angel.
In 1998, they were preparing for a major event and expect...
See, I need to watch things and digest them my way so that they can become internal.
...opposition from the local population. Already on edge, guards at the compound mistook a car...
Look, you know what we need to do is save the kids and stop them from the indoctrination. Right? We gotta stop the kids from being indoctrinated. Catch wolves. Got it.
Population. Already on edge, guards at the compound mistook a car backfiring for gunshots and chased local woman Victoria Keenan and her son Jason, shooting their car until it ran off the road. The Keenans were eventually awarded $6.3 million by the court. This forced the Aryan Nations into bankruptcy, and the compound was signed over to the victims.
And then if you like, first thing we do is go...
FYI, that same KKK law being used is being used against Trump for January 6th.
Where the shooting started and how far it went, they shot the car 5 times. One of the bullets missed the gas tank, but just a small amount, so one of they weren't killed. And when the stop sign up here, she didn't stop, she just kept going. She lived north here in adjoining county. They'd been to a wedding, she and Jason had. We're getting pretty close to where they went off the road. It was right in there. Right there's where it went in, right there.
So what happened at this point? So they've been being chased from outside the Aryan Nations compound?
For over 2 miles, the car was shot 5 times. And when they hit a tire, that's what caused it to go in.
Sean Keenan was just a young boy when his aunt and cousin were chased, but he vividly remembers her explaining how violently she was attacked when the guards approached her car after running it off the road.
They approached the vehicle, and I could see that my aunt is Native American. It's pretty obvious she's Native. Without really much conversation, they tried pulling her out of the vehicle by her hair. And when they couldn't get her out of the car that way, they started ramming the butts of their rifles through the window, the open window, and smashing my aunt's teeth out, breaking her ribs on this side. The whole time, my cousin Jason is there in the car, and she instructed him to hide under the console. She didn't want him to make a peep. She didn't want to hear any breathing. Literally, just be silent, because she was certain they were going to die. and she didn't want Jason to die, my cousin. So, but after my aunt is getting my cousin couldn't take it any longer, seeing his mom, and he tried to get him to stop. He was screaming at them and yelling at them and saying whatever he could to signal to them to stop. And at the end of the day, he renounced his own heritage and said, hey, we believe in your cause, man. Don't kill my mom. You know, what I remember about the Aryan Nations is that they would come to places like this, the park, and they would do recruitment. So if you looked the part, you were blonde hair, blue-eyed, they would give you a flyer and say, hey, we want you. And they would do this regularly. They'd come around and try to do recruitment whenever there was crowds down at the park here and stuff like that. I do remember that. I remember the parades. I remember them, you know, organizing and marching down the streets in Nazi regalia. And I remember the terrorism, the threats.
And I wonder if I can ask you about the American Redoubt.
You have the Redoubters who believe that they can create a new state or country in this area. In fact, believe it or not, this Redoubt theory and movement is so strong they actually passed something in the Idaho legislature this last session that said they wanted to create this greater state of Idaho.
It is just the beginning process of asking Oregon to let Oregon's rules.
These are the neo-Nazis. I mean, these are not the good Christians that should be telling our kids how to believe. These are the people that want to go back to slavery. These are the people that don't believe other people are of equal human status.
Counties go and asking Idaho, would you allow us?
We looked earlier at the stages of genocide. I mean, they're literally in their ethno-state.
To become part of your state. Taxation without representation, unjust laws, overreaching government. Does this sound familiar with America?
The other government is overreaching, which is why we're installing our people in every position in government available. Like, when other people are in government, that's overreaching because they want things that we don't want. And you know, making us equal is completely unfair.
Prior to the American Revolution, and where did that end up?
That's how crazy it's gotten here, where they feel like they can create this white utopia state around here. And so you have...
You know, the funniest thing about white supremacy is they've been getting their ass kicked for as long as I can remember. What was the last ultimately successful white supremacist movement? Like, how can you be superior and still not be in power? Like, at what millennium of your superiority do you gain power?
I have a lot of folks who are subscribing to this through, you know, social media channels and newsletters and things like that, you know, Redoubt News or whatever. And you have the Kootenai County Republican Central Committee.
Is there a sense in which the Republican Central Committee, they are in some way preparing the ground for the Redoubt?
Absolutely. Yeah.
They don't want big government, which is why they want more property and their own right to rule themselves. We want to rule ourselves so that we don't have to have big government. Oh my God. Small government Republican is the same as what, like open-minded Christian nationalist.
Yeah. I mean, they have gone through and cleaned house.
Fucking real, these people.
There isn't any moderates left. They've done the purity test on everybody. And so either you are in lockstep with their ideology or you're not in the club. They're targeting nonpartisan races specifically, just kind of set the stage, put the fertile soil in the ground for something like this to come to fruition. I mean, at the end of the day, the more people who share their values and in leadership positions can open the doors, and there won't be any resistance left.
What political opposition there is in the Redoubt comes from the few Democrats still fighting in local elections.
Every public office, save for one in North Idaho, is held by Republicans. And over the last 10 years, a faction of the Republican Party has taken over the Central Committee, a faction that is quite far to the right and probably best described as the Tea Party type.
Can you just explain how that works in terms of like what's the role of the Republican Central Committee in helping these people to get elected?
Sure. I'll just talk about the local government officials because those are...
So here's the explanation. They want hands-off government. And they're tired of the nanny state. And we know what Rule 1 is, and we know what Rule 2 is. Rule 1, projection and confession. Rule 2, they're acting with intent. So when they tell us they want small government, what they mean is they want government control. They want to be the government, and they want to control you. Freedom means the right to oppress. They want free and fair elections, which mean we want to dictate who gets to win and who gets to vote. Because if we don't determine who gets to vote, it's not fair and it's not free. If you listen closely enough, what Mike Johnson and Trump said, they said, we want people to prove they're a citizen to get the right to vote. Right now, you can just say you're a citizen. We want people to have to prove they're a citizen. Like, this is the next step to voter ID. We need you, if you want to register to vote, you got to have your birth certificate, your social security card, and 3 more forms of ID. Like, they want a poll tax again.
Elections that have been, how shall I say, tainted. They are supposedly, and they're meant to be, nonpartisan elections. You don't run for those offices as a Republican or as a Democrat. You run as a qualified public servant. Nevertheless, in the last year or so, the Republican Central Committee has been vetting candidates with a questionnaire that determines their loyalty to Republican Party principles, questions that really don't belong in a nonpartisan atmosphere.
The Central Committee is each...
Because, again, to them, anything other than partisan acceptance is partisan. If you don't accept everything they believe, then you're doing politics. Because Republican politicians never do politics. Republicans don't do politics. They're just right. Everybody that disagrees with them is doing politics.
Each county is divided up into...
Other people are always doing identity politics, they will say, with their Trump rock and their Trump hat and their fucking Jesus. What's up, Mercado? If they want to do that, but for everyone across the board, whether you look American or you don't, that's fine. But if the only one due to a certain population, yeah, I mean, if you want equality or you want freedom or fairness, like, yes, but that's not what they want. They're using coded language as they always do. Just like forced busing was, I don't want black people in my school. DEI, I don't want black people in my job or my schools. CRT, I don't want white people to learn about what white people did. I don't want anybody to learn about what white people did. You know, the book bans, I don't want people, I think gay is wrong. And so if there's a book about gay, then it's wrong. And so the kids shouldn't get it. And we're going to call that porn. And we're going to call contraception porn and use the Comstock Act to say you can't mail the pill anymore because that's basically like mailing porn. And this Comstock Act of 18 blah, 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 or whatever the fuck it is, says you can't mail porn. So we're going to stop that. And why do we want to stop birth control and abortion and all that, because if women are going to have sex, they should have to pay the consequences of it. If God wanted them to get pregnant, I don't care if their uncle fucked them or not. If God wanted them to get pregnant, God impregnated them. But if God wants Donald Trump, he needs me to do a whole bunch of shit on the ground and convince people to vote for Donald Trump, because God can get somebody pregnant, but he can't get somebody in the White House.
Precincts, and a precinct committeeman is the one who sort of lets everybody know in their precinct what's going on politically. Hey, heads up, this is happening, you need to show up, you need to write letters, or hey, this is what we accomplished, so we're safer now, politically safer. This year,
if other people write letters, it's an attack, by the way.
we really we really rile them up because we have these what we call nonpartisan offices, meaning.
So we left California because it was a nanny state. Also, these dumb fucks that already lived here and had their nonpartisan thing, we came in and took over as partisans all the nonpartisan stuff so that our political ideology could control all aspects of society so that we could get away from tyranny.
You don't declare
also close the border.
Republican or Democrat, you're just running for office. Well, do a little research and you find out that an awful lot.
I've got some news for you.
A lot of these positions are held by Democrats. So we started vetting candidates and supporting candidates who were right out front, conservative Republicans. The left went nuts.
There's a lot of beautiful land. And some of the places aren't still held by white supremacists.
How dare you do this? And we said, well, we're daring because it needed to be done. And guess what? We were.
You could have Boulder that has pedos.
Quite successful. Probably the two largest victories were with the community college or junior college level. We got two guys who were well ensconced, and they're both gone, and we got two.
We want small government, which is why we went in and replaced everybody in the government. This is infiltration. This is what the Klan does. The Klan dresses up like the rest of us, tries to speak like the rest of us, assimilate so that they can, implement their fucking Christo-fascist bullshit. Because they know it's not popular and they know they have to trick people for power.
Conservatives going in, and again, the left went nuts.
They believe
and
that
the left is everybody that's not us. Like, literally, Republicans that don't agree with us, that won't fight the Democrats and call them terrorists, well, they're against us too. And so, to stop tyranny of, the 70%, us 30% need minority rule to stop tyranny. We, as the minority, the 30%, we need to take over all controls of your society because you're the 70% being oppressive. And so us 30% need to rule you so that you, 70%, stop being oppressive.
Indoctrination.
Like, DEI is a huge problem to Republicans. And out of every 100 federal Republicans, 99 of them are white. So white people are being taken over, right? They're being replaced. Except for the fact that 99 out of every 100 federally elected Republicans is white. So a 60% of the population, 99% of the Republican leadership. How many black people were in Trump's cabinet? Omarosa and Ben Carson. And he's not cabinet. He was fucking, as a doctor with brain damage or CTE, he was in charge of his expertise, housing and urban development. Why not put the black guy who's a doctor who knows nothing about housing, put him in charge? We hate DEI, so give Ben Carson something to do. Every single thing they say is exposing what they want. And we just need to start treating them in ways that just says back to them what they're saying. So you want small government, which is why you took over the government. If you wanted small government, when you take over these non-political positions, what are you hoping to accomplish? To implement your strategy of government and run it the way you want to run it? So you don't want other people to have a say in how things are run because you're tired of tyranny. So you need to be in charge of the government or it's tyranny. Yeah. Okay, well then fuck off.
Happening in the class.
Get fucked, Nazi.
Room that the professors are somehow creating new liberals, which is just absurd. The professors don't have time to stand and talk about who they support in an election. Not only that, there's policy.
If you don't agree with us, you've been groomed and brainwashed. I mean, think about the level of brainwashing it takes to not believe that if we round the Jews up to Israel, Voltron Jesus will come down, lift us up into the clouds, have a 1,000-year war to destroy the Jews, and then we will get our reward. If you don't agree with that, you're fucked. You've been groomed.
Against it, so they would never be allowed to do that. But the Central Committee and some of our new board members didn't take the time to even try to understand that. Instead, it's just, we'll believe whatever we're being told, that there must be some liberals down on this campus, and we're going to eradicate them. We will take over that board and eradicate all liberals.
Well, yeah, we're tired of tyrannical government, which is why we're taking over and getting rid of everybody.
And so it's been very difficult for faculty, the morale.
Yeah. Well, what you got to understand, right? Small government, fetuses are really small. So that's what they mean. They need to govern the small government. Fucking wackadoos, dude. Fucking wackadoos.
Suffered greatly on campus. I don't really understand how board members could think they could impact, that they could control someone's personal belief system.
Well, they think they can. See, that's the thing. They're taking over because they want to control. Like, it's out of their control. And so they need to what? Take the country back. Like, they no longer have complete control of the country. So they've lost the country. And now they need to take it back and make it great again once they have the country again. Oops.
But they do.
And had there been complaints about a liberal bias at the college before these people came on board? Were they responding to complaints? Was there a culture of that? Had a lot of people complained about going to the college and being indoctrinated?
No, not at all. I mean, there's always an individual thing here and there that crops up, and it's dealt with appropriately, but...
Crops up? That sounds like what Trump does in the courtroom. Crops up.
The whole idea that NIC is just out there with a liberal platform, that our professors are just running amok. They're not even teaching, I guess, math or English. They're just focused on ideology is absurd.
And do you think that the hard conservatives who are here and who are trying to kind of take over local politics, do you think that they view Coeur d'Alene as a place where they can build and maintain a community outside of the liberalizing of America?
Yes, they do. They certainly do. I think many of the people that are involved with the far right do see this as an opportunity, that this is where they could set up kind of a homeland, but they are getting quite a bit of pushback from the people who live here. We're not going to go back to the days of the Aryan nations where people are persecuted and threatened with violence. We just will not go back there again. This community won't tolerate it. And if you look,
I'll bet you those guys vote. I bet you these are all Biden voters, right? It's actually the left that's racist and anti-Semitic because they started the KKK. And all these people, they must be Biden voters. If I had to guess, I would imagine they vote blue right down the ticket.
And threatened with violence.
I mean, obvious Democrats. These are obvious Democrats, right?
We just will not go back there again. This community won't tolerate it.
Meanwhile, what's that guy got? Alopecia or some shit?
Persecuted and threatened with violence.
I mean, he got no eyebrow. That's a serious dedication to being a skinhead. Take off your fucking eyebrows. You got that thumb phrenology.
We just will not go back there again. This community won't tolerate it. And if you look at all the things that we've done to advance human rights, it's going to be a difficult road for anyone who tries to take us back to where we were in the past.
One of the things that's kind of being spoken about at the moment is this idea of the American redoubt. And I wonder whether you are concerned that some of what's happening here is an attempt to kind of make a place for that to have a home?
Sure, yeah. Well, you know, Idaho is rural. Everyone here has grown up with handguns, and that's, you know, that the Second Amendment is a really big deal. They like to walk around with their hands.
They have a Second Amendment because it is their patriotic duty to overthrow a tyrannical government. Also, everybody that's not them is tyrannical. Like, this is like a pretty final stage of genocide, right? Like, everything is tyrannical, and they have their guns to stop tyranny. So these other people are trying to rule over you, and God has given you the right to guns because God wants you to stop the tyrannical government. God needs you to have a gun because God can't stop the tyrannical government. God needs you to do it.
Handguns. I was a cop for 30 years.
Ignore the whole flood miracle thing, bringing back zombie Jesus. Ignore all the miracles. Only your gun can help free the word of God.
In my life, I certainly have handguns, and I'm not opposed at all to people having handguns. What I'm opposed to is people that aren't responsible or they're criminals having handguns. And so if we could just meet somewhere in the middle, but we haven't been able to do that. And
the only thing we meet in the middle on is oppression of you. See, we don't meet in the middle on abortion unless we can't get full oppression. If we can't stop the murdering of innocent babies, we'll support, you know, exceptions to murder, and we'll support 15 weeks of murder because God wants incremental politicalness. God wants these babies dead, which is why we have to compromise, because ultimately we don't want no babies dead, and the only way to get to no babies is to lie, because we have to be willing to kill some babies to get no babies, because
that Redoubt movement is very much involved in trying to keep from meeting in the middle. They just don't want to give on that at all and keep the guns out of hands that are people that are dangerous.
correct.
Our membership has doubled from
Exactly. And the cops won't do anything, so we need to handle it. Tom Cotton just advocated for vigilantism. Violent vigilantism against the tyrannical protesters in the road, because the cops don't do their job. So you need to get out with your Second Amendment and get those people off the road.
Last year. Okay, so many people have been showing
They
up.
praise Jordan Neely. They lionize Rittenhouse. They bring the McCloskeys to the White House. If you point a gun at dark people or people that support equality, you are a hero because you were just defending yourself. Sure, you spent hours saying you were under threat, and then you decided to just wander around and chit-chat with your gun to people, like to people that you thought wanted to kill you. Sure, you defended yourself after you provoked people by creating this scenario where you could be fucking Reacher.
To run through the safety brief while they're joining with their realtors. They're taking a break out to join while they look at properties.
Are the gun laws here part of why people decide to come here? Is it a big part of what?
I'm sure the gun laws are.
All these fucking heavy beer belly pieces of shit think there's something special, like this fucking.
Sometimes it's pretty obvious.
This is just superiority.
Other guys will carry openly, and that's because they can't where they came from. Pick California, Washington, whatever. They aren't allowed to do that.
So why do they carry open? Why? What is the point? What is the point of taking your gun everywhere you go? Why is that? Why would anybody do that? Well, what would be the reason? Like, I don't carry a baseball glove around me everywhere I go. Why would I need a gun? Oh, because I live in perpetual fear. Even in my white ethno heaven, I'm petrified.
So it's kind of like, oh, I can do it here, so I'm going to. We try and educate them otherwise, but it is permissible and allowed. So certainly,
yeah,
more,
true.
again,
Too woke.
liberal in the classical sense gun laws of Idaho is an attractant to many people.
Do you worry that with a Biden?
We need to stop indoctrinating the kids with this ideology. Okay, son, your turn with the gun. Let's go. Target shooting. Let's put some turbans on these targets.
Presidency and all the talk of new gun restrictions, that you're going to see an impact on that here?
Yes. And I could elaborate, but obviously administrations have impact on the population.
I think they went woke on Reacher.
Okay, and he's been very vocal about outright banning things. The problem he's going to run into on that, it is blatantly unconstitutional. I won't bore you with the Second Amendment, other than the fact that it wasn't about hunting. We just had a Revolutionary War with England, so
this is 100% incorrect, by the way. This is 100% not why we have the Second Amendment.
They weren't worried about hunting. They were worried about what they consider tyrannical government. Now, I qualify that. Does that mean that we're all going to take our ARs and go attack Washington? Of course not. All right? But that was the original foundation. There are many things that one could look at from the 16th, 17th century, say it doesn't apply now. But fundamental human behavior and human rights has not changed. That's where I believe the American experiment excels in man's history. And one of those things is individual freedoms, okay, that were a natural or God-given right, not from some...
You ready? We are so patriotic. We actually don't believe in the Constitution. We don't believe in the government. We don't believe in the law. We believe we are the government, and we believe we are the law. And if us not in government makes a law that we don't like, then you need to understand it's not us. God made that law. So you might like get rid of the law, but God gave us this right. So fuck the Constitution, fuck the branches of government. It literally is Stuntman Mike. I played it, but it's 100% right.
Well, Pam, which way you going? Left or right?
Right.
That's too bad.
Why?
Well, because it was a 50-50 shot on whether you'd be going left or right. You see, we're both going left. You could have just as easily been going left too, and if that was the case, it would have been a while before you started getting scared. But since you're going the other way, I'm afraid you're gonna have to start getting scared immediately.
I mean, this is what the Republican ideology is. As long as you are in agreement with us, then we have freedom. It's when you disagree with us, that's when we don't have freedom anymore. Like, do you understand? Like, you think all of us having a say is freedom, but
you're saying it's a falsehood, and they're giving, Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts to that. But the point remains.
Alternative facts? Alternative facts. Well, that's so silly because it's somebody's version of the truth, not the truth.
Truth is truth. I don't mean to go like...
No, it isn't truth. Truth isn't truth. The President of the United States says, I didn't...
Truth isn't truth. Mr. Mayor, do you realize what...
This is where we are. This is... Like, I did make the short. I knew nobody would see it, but I did make it. I'm an elected Republican. I deregulate. So I can blame Democrats. So I can get elected. So I can deregulate. So I can blame Democrats. So I can get elected. So I can deregulate. So I can blame Democrats. So I can get elected. So I can deregulate. So I can blame Democrats. So I can get elected. So I can deregulate. So I can blame Democrats. So I can get...
And human rights has not changed. That's where I believe the American experiment excels in man's history. And one of those things is individual freedoms, okay, that were a natural or God-given right, not from some wanton government.
You're going to hear that. Like, you're going to hear that. You've heard it. You've heard it from, what's the guy's name? Shit. I can't remember his fucking name. Fuck. What's dude's name? Video that we're putting together that brings in...
Nationalism is a term that in recent years has been used to describe a political ideology that fuses patriotism with Christianity.
America was founded based on Christianity.
our DNA is Christian. Our roots are Christian. We aren't Muslim. We aren't atheist.
Jews will not replace us!
Violence, and the right is just meeting market demand.
America's the greatest country that's ever existed, and it's because of Judeo-Christian values. I think America is best off when we have Christians, good, solid, loving Christians in power. Then everybody has freedom to worship how they choose.
Many people believe if they were to trash the Constitution tomorrow, outlaw all the guns, they're not going to be given up here like they were in England and Australia, okay, or other countries, because it's already an innate, God-given, natural right, if you will, not predicated upon paper. We read history. We can look around the world and see current events. And whether it be our government, people in our government, and I'm not saying Biden or I'm not saying Trump, I'm not saying anybody, but historically speaking, when there is an abuse of power and the government gets a monopoly of firearms, they do far more damage than any one individual can do criminal actions.
Dude, these people live in perpetual fear. Every single thing about their existence is fear. I'm afraid of the tyrannical government. I'm afraid of the fall of society. I'm afraid of tyrannical government. I'm afraid of gay people. I'm afraid of pride. I'm afraid of equality. I'm afraid of the Muppets and Mr. Potato Head and Dr. Seuss, and the orange M&M isn't even fuckable.
There is a sense that that is why it's also there. It's to protect individuals from personal assault by criminals, common criminals, or perhaps a government gone bad.
Well, it seemed like
and we have determined the government has gone bad because the government overreach is here, which is why we're kicking everybody out. And we're taking over to stop the overreach.
Well, guy, but even he admits that one of the reasons he keeps guns is in case he has to fight a government gone bad. For some of the people in the American Redoubt, the government already has gone bad, and their willingness to fight it was
1 foot on the ground, 1 foot in the grave.
When supporters of Donald Trump stormed the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. in an attempt to stop Joe Biden being confirmed as president.
So a tyrannical government is one that does elections, by the way. Like, this is what I'm trying to tell you. They get to decide what tyranny that they overturn is. I saw you say sovereign citizen earlier. That's what the constitutional sheriffs are. All of this is, we as superior white people, we outrank the federal government because as true patriots, we're the real Americans. And so you diverses can pass laws, but we know what the law is because God told us. Like, this entire area needs a 5150.
It was a demonstration that got out of hand, and I'm embarrassed.
It was just a demonstration that got out of hand, but also the election was stolen. And had Trump remained president that day, I'd be on board.
I am still waiting to hear the details of what really happened there. Who led this thing?
Yeah. It was a protest that got out of hand, but it also wasn't us.
Like you heard he fucked an ostrich, right?
You what?
He fucked an ostrich.
I got a new strap-on harness today. I can't wait to put it on you.
We had a lot of people who were very angry at what the United States government has done.
We don't know who started this. It wasn't really a big deal. But also, us patriots were trying to take our country back. This was our 1776 moment for we the people. Like, do you hear the Manchurian marching orders? We the people, take our country back. Make America great again. Stop tyranny with violence. By the way, that drag queen story hour and pride parade, that's tyrannical government. Not cutting Social Security is tyrannical. We got to get rid of big government and get everybody off of food stamps. That way we can give Elon an extra $1 billion.
And whether the left likes it or not.
That way we can let Boeing have more doors fly off of planes, and we'll just blame black people and women.
We've got enough evidence to show that says.
Because we made America great again. We deregulated. We deregulated so that we can blame Democrats, so that we can get elected, so that we can deregulate, so that we can blame Democrats.
That there is massive fraud with the election.
Yeah.
People are angry.
So what you're saying is Donald Trump's job as president was to secure the election. And he was 100% incapable of accomplishing his job of securing the election. Is that what you're saying? Which is why we need to put the guy that couldn't secure the election back in the White House so that he can be president as like fairness for him being incapable of securing the election. Also, do you remember the summer of love when America was burning down under Trump? You remember that? Was that Biden? That was the left under Trump, which is why we need Trump, because Trump brought order in the 2020 civil rights uprising where they destroyed the country while Trump was. So they destroyed the country. We shut down. They created a terror vaccine, and an election was stolen in the last year of Trump's presidency. And that was when America was running well. This is a level of delusion, a level of madness, literally that requires deprogramming. Yes, deprogramming. Speaking of deprogramming, my bladder is out of control. I need to deprogram for a second.
Overwhelming number of people who showed up on January 6th in Washington, D.C. did not participate in the onslaught into the Capitol building, all right? What they did was wrong. Joe Biden thinks that people think like I do are the number one problem because I'm supposedly a white supremacist. Kiss my ass, Joe Biden. Pardon me, but he makes me so angry to paint us with a goodly portion of the United States population with that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm angry. I am extremely angry with somebody like that. They use this as an opportunity to, take it out against the right. People who do not approve of the administration. What they're doing is absolutely wrong. It was not an insurrection.
Is that perception and feeling amongst people on the right part of what is driving people to the American Redoubt post the election?
I would say so, yeah, because people are saying, the people I live with here down in the occupied zone, they don't get it. Or worse yet, my neighbors all think that it was an insurrection and they deserve everything they're getting. I don't want to be with those kind of people. I want out of here. This is the straw that broke that camel's back. We're out of here. We're going to North Idaho because I read Redoubt news or I read articles. And they think like I think. I want to be around fellow citizens, and I use that term, fellow citizens of the United States of America who believe in freedom, and they do not believe.
I don't want to be around anybody that disagrees with me, guys. Guys, if you don't agree with me, I am so afraid, and we can't even be near each other. It's why my kids don't do holidays with me anymore, because they're crazy woke lefties. They think this was a violent insurrection to overthrow the election. And then they think the court cases where they got convicted were real.
If what the government is saying and doing, I want to be someplace where, at least on a local level and by and large on the state level, they don't think like that.
I only want people that think like me. Because we're fucking petrified little bitches. Like, these are the people that you just walk near and you just like pretend and they fucking freak out.
We are Trump supporters.
These are the people that if you film them on the street, they feel threatened. They feel their rights are being stepped on because they're out in public underneath 3 police cameras. That they feel you're violating their right by recording them against their will. Because you're taking away their freedom to what? Not be public in public. Public is my new privacy.
And we're...
did you hear? When they were selecting the jury in New York, they were reading out people's questionable tweets. and the the one had like Obama and Trump, and it was like, no, this isn't what they mean by orange is the new black.
Angry. I'm not disappointed. I'm angry, and that's who you're going to find.
In the record.
Up here are going to be angry Trump supporters, people who know that that election was stolen, and that they want to be around like-thinking people.
This is crazy, dude. We need our safe space. If you have a safe space for minorities on campus, that is woke bullshit. And like, what does everybody get a trophy? But when you flee California so that you can only be surrounded by people that agree with you, you're a fucking little bitch. You're literally a scared little lily white bitch.
Is it going to be enough for the people who live?
Like, look at this guy. You gonna fight a war? You come on, hop along. You gonna fight a war? You gonna join the militia and storm the castle?
In the American Redoubt and who moved to the American Redoubt to just have control.
Dude, you're a fucking cripple. Your own kind wouldn't accept you right now.
Over that area and live in that style themselves? Or is there going to be a conflict with federal government at some point?
Great question. If there's a conflict, it's not going to be just here in the Redoubt. It will be nationwide.
When there is no other option, you've tried to talk to the bully. You've tried to reason with the bully. You tried to persuade the bully, hey.
Now, you don't want to realize how fucking bad this is. Marge is one of the most powerful people in the country, like it or not.
Here we have to leave because no one wants violence, and also becomes tyrannical.
The union.
I think it's naive to believe that the United States is always going to exist in these perfect 50 states under this, under the federal government that keeps expanding and expanding and expanding. And I think it's irrational for people to think that Americans are just going to sit idly by while our federal government completely becomes tyrannical and out of control, like we've watched it do over the past year.
What federal overreach? Are you talking about a testing mandate that got struck down? Or what are you even talking about?
And no one wants violence. And I'll say again, I'm completely against the Civil War, even though the media tries to say I say things like that. I never do.
But I do truly believe
that if this becomes such a broken nation, and we have one party that is trying to rule over, like the Democrats are trying to rule over Republicans, to the point where they are deciding what opinion we are allowed to say, whether we can stay on social media or we have to leave because we're spreading what they claim is misinformation.
Why do they insist that the government is big tech? That somehow the Democrats that control Congress are controlling big tech?
If they get to a point where they're saying we're going to control your what you're allowed to do with your body and what you have to have injected into your body, and you have no choice or say.
Isn't that what you're doing with abortion?
No. Well, I separate Mercado. I separate it this way. You have people that are at the bottom of the food chain. They are victims, right? They're still Nazis and Nazi sympathizers. They'll still support the Nazis over non-Nazis when the time comes for their own safety. Plus, they kind of align with them. When those people are primarily conditioned and are a product of their environment and their circumstances, they're still dangerous. You can give them empathy without sympathy. Okay? Empathy is understanding how they got there. Sympathy is making it okay, feeling bad for them. You cannot feel bad for people aligned with the Nazis. You can understand how the neighbor allows the Jewish neighbor to get killed, maybe even tells on him. You can understand how it happens. You can understand how Hamas attacks Israel. You can understand that it's inevitable. You can understand it, but it doesn't mean you condone it. You don't sympathize with the terrorists, but you understand how these events happen. That's empathy. It doesn't mean it's okay. It just means you're understanding how people get where they get. That is the lowest end. The next is people that have been kind of conditioned that way, but now they're purveyors of the ideology. Like the dude that we're talking to, the guy that is in the politics now, and he is aiding and abetting through things that often he knows are lies. He's ignoring that they're lies. Now, not all of them. Some things he believes are real, but some of them he knows they're lies. It's not just a disconnect. He knows he's going to push a lie because it's the ends justify the means. As a good Christian, getting ultimate control of all stages of American life, all 7 mountains, that it's okay to do whatever we have to do, no matter how many commandments we break, because we're all just trying to get to the good part. Then there are people like Marge. There are people that know it's a lie, and they have a nefarious intent, and they're actively working to implement this white nationalist, Nick Fuentes, Groyper type mentality of minority rule. Literally 3 people, martyred starting with 1, is holding America hostage. She's a domestic terrorist. Her party allows her to do it, which makes them a party of domestic terrorists that are elected. They run for office. They are paid to be domestic terrorists, to destroy the American government and the American way of life. They're paid to overturn 50-year precedent. They're paid to begin to make it harder to vote. They're paid to take away rights for women and gay people. They're paid to, do whatever they can to take us back to the 50s and earlier. This is their agenda. They are the Nazis, the planning Nazis. They know what they're doing is wrong, but it is their ideology, and therefore they are fine with it.
They're coming to the point where there's...
This is a person that can say, you should pull yourselves up by the bootstraps, and we need more 2-parent homes, less divorce. It's the left and their dysfunction to family that is causing all the problems. While Marge here fucked around on her husband, is divorced, Boebert will do the same thing. She was with a guy that showed his dick to a teenager in public. She was a teenage mom. Her kid's a teenage dad. She's a 36-year-old grandma, got caught groping in public, lying constantly. And these are the people that say we need a traditional family, and the left hates traditional families. Donald Trump. All of these people, they're all the worst people advocating that the left does exactly what they do. And so there's levels of, some people don't know they're being racist and homophobic. They don't know that what they're conditioned to is propaganda. They don't know it. And when you deal with people like that, you got to remember, even when it's frustrating, this is their reality. What up, Stickers?
Saying this is what your children have to be.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. She's also a Nepo baby, like the rest of the ones that complain. Sarah Huckabee Sanders complaining about handouts. Ronna Romney complaining about handouts. Donald Trump complaining about handouts. Peter Doocy complaining about handouts. Like all these people. They're literally getting handouts, but they know they were given an unfair advantage, and they don't want to admit it, so they have to say everybody's equal to justify them wanting to be superior. Christianity, in most cases in itself, is supremacy. This is an ideology that says, I have found superior knowledge and I believe in the being that controls our afterlife and this planet. And you don't. And I'm going to heaven because I'm better than you. No, that doesn't mean they want to convert you. But even in the general sense, it is a supremacy mindset. We are better. We get the reward because God likes us better.
Taught, and parents, you have
and because God likes us better, we have to rule over you.
To do with your body and what you have to have injected into your body, and you have no choice or say.
Isn't that what you're doing with abortion?
They're coming to the point where they're saying this is what your children have to be taught, and parents, you have no input or say, and your children essentially belong to the state, like some people are actually saying out loud, and that's happening in the state of California and elsewhere.
That's happening in the state of California and elsewhere.
She knows this is a lie.
Isn't that what you're doing with CRT?
When it gets to that point, you can't just accept or think that Americans are going to accept it. That is when it's okay to start saying, you know what, just like in a marriage, I don't like the way you're treating me. You either have to change. I'm asking you to change, which is what Republicans should be saying to Democrats right now. Stop this behavior. You have to change. We all have to live here together. We should care about our country together.
We believe in equality. So hey, what's up, Severed? We believe in equality. So you have to change. Do you hear it? Do you hear the supremacy?
Americans are going to accept it. That is when it's okay to start saying, you know what, just like in a marriage, I don't like the way you're treating me. You either have to change. I'm asking you to change, which is what Republicans should be saying to Democrats right now. Stop this behavior. You have to change. We all have to live here together. We should care about our country together. And if you're not, then we need to consider maybe we need to separate. And what does that look like?
Maybe.
Yeah, I hate her face. This is a movement. Mike Johnson just said he is a wartime speaker. What fucking war are you fighting, brother? Brother, what? Who were you at war with, Mike Johnson? Who? You're at war. You're at war with what? Fellow Americans? Yes, I did. I need to listen to it again because I listened to it to get a break from staring at the screen because of Rumble's or Aiken's thing. But I sent it to Aiken to have him listen to it too. Oh, I know. I got to the John Bonet stuff. The funny thing is, the stuff I was looking at that goes through like Cicada and a lot of like government agencies, privately funded, the Office of Net Assessment. A lot of that goes back to Sun Microsystems too, which was Ramsey.
Hey, we're no threat to you. I don't want any beef with you. Can we just get along? Well, sometimes the bully says, no, I want to fight. And you're left with no other choice.
What he's saying here, I'll go back. He's saying these white people in their white ethno state who have taken over the government that was very different when they got there, but they've taken it over, basically colonized the area and taken it over. Now they're trying to stop the attack on them. They're the victims of them taking over the area. This is a virus.
If there's a conflict, it's not going to be just here in the Redoubt. It will be nationwide.
When there is no other option, you've tried to talk to the bully. You've tried to reason with the bully. You tried to...
You're going to see this guy's face later. And this guy is the biggest pussy who stands 3 toes down on what he says. The wind would blow this dude over.
Persuade the bully, hey, we're no...
The only thing that rivals what you're going to see from that dude is this guy. Watch this guy. Let's see, where is it? Where's the long one? Hey, how's it going, everybody? I hope you're doing well. I just want
This
guy.
not in charge. I'll punish. So I was one of the electors, right? I'm not in charge of the electors, so you would need.
How did you hear about it?
You would need to ask the party chair.
How did you hear about it? How did you hear about the plan? Were you just told to be somewhere?
You would need to ask the party chair that
Right,
question.
but you're the person who received the call. You showed up, right? How did you know to show up that day?
So as I said, you can go ahead and ask the party chair the logistics of it.
Ask her how you got a phone call to go somewhere?
You're welcome to talk to them about the
Do you
logistics.
not know how you arrived at a place?
Thank you. I appreciate your
Do
question.
you really not know how you got a call?
Have a great one.
The story of Republicans appearing.
So, the guy you're going to see, bigger chicken shit than that guy. Oh, nope. Didn't mean that.
Extreme Christian ideology.
What is necessary to defend our tribe?
Can we just get along?
Our
themselves,
tribe.
or is there going to be a conflict with federal government at some point?
Great question.
Okay.
If there's a conflict,
Sounds
it's not
good.
going to be just here in the Redoubt. It will be nationwide.
When there is no other option, you've tried to talk to the bully. You've tried to reason with the bully. You tried to...
By the way, the Democrats and Joe Biden are the bullies. Just so you understand, the Democrats and Joe Biden are the bullies in this snowflake fest.
persuade the bully, hey, we're no threat to you. I don't want any beef with you. Can we just get along? Well, sometimes the bully says, no, I want to fight. And you're left with no other choice. And that's what we all dread. And that's what we are doing everything that we can to avoid that.
Yeah, we're working real hard to avoid
moment, but being prepared mentally, spiritually, physically, emotionally, hopefully just as a deterrent. So the tyrants won't force us into that situation.
Right. We don't want to have to be violent. But if you come take it, I'm going to kill you.
But if I have to, I'll fight. Well, thank God.
If things continue as we are seeing,
What's her name? Say her name. Somebody in chat, Meatbag, whoever, say what's her name? I'll look it up. What's her name?
could definitely see the balkanization of this country, where people finally say, you know what? Hey, Washington, D.C., you just take care of yourselves. Leave us alone. We're seceding. Well, you can't do that. Hold my beer. Watch us. Well, you can't do that. Well, you're going to send troops in here? You're going to find troops who are going to come in and shoot fellow citizens because we don't want to be under your auspices anymore because you're screwing everything up? No, that's not
I got maced.
You got maced?
By the police.
And what happened? You were trying to go inside the Capitol?
I made it like a foot inside and they pushed me out and they maced me.
What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Elizabeth. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee.
And why did you want to go in?
We're storming the Capitol. It's a revolution.
At least she knew it was the Capitol. A lot of them said they stormed the White House.
If it came to that, there are people, and I know people who are able to and willing.
I don't know her name. What's her name again?
By the police.
And what happened? You were trying to go inside the Capitol?
I made it like a foot in.
You.
I got maced.
You got maced?
By the police.
Too good.
And what happened? You were trying to go inside the Capitol?
I made it like a foot inside and they pushed me out and they maced me.
What's your name? Where are you?
It's a revolution. We lost. We lost quick.
My name is
In the revolution.
Elizabeth. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee.
Elizabeth.
Why did you want to go in?
We're storming the Capitol. It's a revolution.
And watch the Supreme Court, including corrupt-ass Clarence Thomas, who should have recused himself because his white fucking Christian nationalist wife was trying to help overthrow the election. They're going to throw out the 18 U.S. Code 1512 convictions. They're going the same way they voided the Constitution, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. The same way they overturned stare decisis with Roe v. Wade. They're going to overturn all those 1512 convictions. They're going to say, even though the law is written exactly as you applied it, the spirit of the law, as a constitutional originalist, the spirit of the law isn't as it was written.
Made it like a foot inside and they pushed me out and they maced me. It's a revolution.
It's a revolution.
To organize groups of common defense. We will do what is necessary to defend our tribe. That's a new buzzword. Been around forever, but it's a new buzzword. So our tribe, we're going to take care of our people. And I could see.
It's not about race. It's about our people. It's not about race. Or religion. It's about patriots that agree with our philosophy, that agree with the way we see life, and they agree with the way we want government to run. And you remember when we got here, it was actually a Democrat area. And we didn't want that. So we overthrew it.
See that happening. Absolutely can see it happening if the wheels came off the
I always hope I'm wrong about this shit.
I think there's going to be a lot of ugliness, anarchy, what have you, supply chain disruptions.
No. The anarchy is you. Your fear will drive to things like, I don't know, Oklahoma City, Branch Davidians.
In America, one of the things that we take for granted is security. We take a truck and we put it on the road in Omaha, Nebraska, and
I think it's hilarious. These people will tell you about the atrocity of Ruby Ridge, but Breonna Taylor had it coming. Eric Garner should have complied. Right? I mean, Ruby Ridge, they just wanted their freedom. Bundy Ranch, they just want their freedom. The cops are overreaching and tyrannical. But when they shoot black people through a wall without a fucking line of sight, should have complied.
We drive that truck to North Carolina, and it's able to go through all these cities and towns because it's secure. People don't attack it. They generally abide by the rule of law because they have to, because there are police that will stop them and prosecute them if they shoot the truck driver and take the truck. I think that America is fine until Americans can't buy a six-pack, whether it's because it's not available or because
what's funny is all those people out in the rural area with solar, all these motherfuckers out in the rural area with wind, solar, and hydro will vote to make us energy independent with oil. Fuck the Green New Deal. Also, have you seen my new solar panels?
They don't have the money or whatever, but as long as they can stay relatively comfortable, things are generally okay.
Is there a danger that preparing for the end of the world is hoping for the end of the world?
I don't think so. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. I think there are some people out there that maybe do hope for it, but I don't think that there are very many. I think they're a very small percentage. If you took 100 people that I think are preppers, I don't think that there's more than 1 or 2 of them that want it to actually collapse. Because if you actually do go and live off the grid.
Yeah, well, so when black people got guns, that was when white people wanted gun control. Do you know there was an assault weapons ban? Did you know that? There was an assault weapons ban. Yeah, it's because gangs had guns. When Huey P. Newton and shit, they got guns, that's when we need gun laws. No. Look at these black Israelites. They got guns. No. We need background checks. You need to be able to count how many beans are in the jar to be able to get a gun now.
Right? And you actually start to make all of your own food. You have to recognize, and you will recognize within a week, that it's hard work. So they're not a fan.
Look at these motherfuckers. These are the people that say we need to support the pipeline and the oil companies.
The idea of
and the lefty dangerous Democrats want to implement this Green New Deal of oppression.
Grid stopping to work. It's nice to.
They hate economies of scale.
Be able to plug things in and have it work, right? So they're not.
I mean, the whole idea of energy independent is the easiest argument for me to destroy people with. Simply, how many weeks of petroleum and fuel are going to be at your local gas station where you get it when supply lines break down? How many weeks? That's independent? Yeah, good luck, dude. So if you had like renewable wind, solar, and hydro, that's less independent than the gas station running out of gas. So you're more dependent on your gas station. So energy independence means total dependency. Got it. I got it. No, you're a bright one, you fucking.
Shut the fuck up. You don't say a fucking word. You know what you do? You shut the fuck up.
Anticipating this and I can't wait till it falls apart. That's a fallacy really that is painted by the left, by and large. because they think that these people are in the woods and they're praying for the end of the world and all this. And there is nobody that I know that's out here praying for the end of
Oh, really? Nobody is preparing for, okay, they're not hoping for, got it. Look at all these fucking solar panels. It's hilarious.
the world, and I know a hell of a lot of preppers.
Preparing for the end of the world.
Yeah, you missed the beginning. You missed the beginning where the guy said, the Captain Limpy with his tribe, code word for my group of white supremacist Christo-fascists, he said they fled California in 2010 because it was becoming a nanny state. And then when they got here, it was more of a Democrat-run area, and they changed that and took over because they took over to avoid tyranny.
People in the American Redoubt have in common, alongside a belief in extreme conservative politics and easy access to guns. There is another group who believe the world is about to end, and their importance within the movement is at least equal to right-wing politics and gun ownership. Fundamental Christianity teaches that God's law sits above.
These are all mentally ill maniacs. Every one of this is like, okay, have you ever seen those things where like cops do like a giveaway so that they can catch criminals? Do you know what I'm talking about? Let me see if I can find one real quick. Hold on. Okay, here you go, here you go, here you go. Here you go.
Just follow him back there. Party's back there.
After registering in the lobby, this guy thought he was going into another room for a free DVD player.
Hey man, congratulations.
But Chandler police had a different prize for him and 24 others who have outstanding arrest warrants, mostly for DUIs.
Our warrant officer realized there was a huge amount of outstanding DUI warrants. He sent all of these suspects letters to their last known address, informing them that they had been, selected to receive a prize, and gave them a time and location where they needed to show up.
The cameras out front actually added to the atmosphere by drawing the suspects into the, illusion that they were getting a prize.
Eddie Burns set up the cameras for the Chandler Police Department.
That's pretty fucking funny. That's pretty fucking, I have to admit, that's pretty funny.
Above any government legislation.
But that's what this should be. These churches should be that for mental institutions. Like if you return for the second time, you should probably get a 5150 and get evaluated.
And living in the end of days is something they welcome. After months of careful negotiation, we were allowed rare access to film inside the controversial candle.
Does God hate this guy? Why would God let him have to wear a neck brace? God hates you, dude. I mean, he just doesn't love you like he loves everybody else.
Church in Coeur d'Alene. Don Bradway is a member here, as are most of his friends.
Yeah.
I wanted to see if the kind of teaching done here by Pastor Paul Van.
Well, that's where they got it. Like it was an idea off of that.
Adds to the divisive nature of the American Redoubt and gives the congregation more reason to shut themselves off from those who don't believe as they do.
I think that was Miami. Where was it?
Just follow him back there. Party's back there.
After registering in the lobby, this guy thought he was going into another room for a free DVD player.
Hey man, congratulations.
I mean, it looks like Miami, right? They look like they're in Miami.
But Chandler police had a different prize.
Where?
But Chandler police had a different prize for him and 24 others who have outstanding arrest warrants, mostly for DUIs.
Our warrant officer realized there was a huge amount.
I don't know where that is.
We can see what's going on in the world around us. Persecution against the church, the deconstruction of truth, the biblical...
Okay, now here's the insidious nature of all this. These superior white people don't necessarily agree with the other superior white people, but they do come together in the fact that they know that God has anointed them superior white people. And so they create this holy union between the neo-Nazis that want to dictate society and the radical fundies that want to dictate society. And both of them feel victimized by their unfettered freedom to control the country that they believe is theirs. They believe God delivered America to them, and they believe as whites it's their America. And this is what the Redoubt is. And when you get constantly bombarded on the radio, by your politicians, in your small newspaper, your town halls, your fucking... When you go to the park, they're handing out Nazi flyers. You go to church, and they're talking about you have to elect Trump and kill the gays. And that God gave us guns to rise up against the tyrannical gays.
Around us, persecution against the church, the deconstruction of truth, the biblical signs that the Bible talks about, earthquakes in various places.
I mean, the idea that the Bible is truth is exactly how this channel got started. The idea that...
You're saying it's a falsehood, and they're giving... Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts to that. But the point remains...
Wait a minute, alternative facts? Well, that's so silly because it's somebody's version of the truth, not the truth.
Truth is truth. I don't mean to go like...
No, it isn't truth. Truth isn't truth. The President of the United States says, I didn't...
Truth isn't truth. Mr. Mayor, do you realize what...
Because basically all they do is...
Well, selling a car is just like fishing, Wilbur. You bait the hook, you throw it out, and then you reel them in real slow. You ask them questions about their family, what they do. You act like you're interested. And once you get their trust, kabowie! You just sold a car!
Welcome to the KKK.
Wars and rumors of wars and famines. We look at this every day in the news, the tension in people. And so we can see the progression toward that day that we're all anticipating when the Lord will return for his bride. I believe in the rapture. I believe you do too. And I'm looking forward to that. We are looking for the blessed hope and the glorious appearing of our great God and Savior.
Yes. The idea that we live in an equal society, which is why, since these people aren't like poor, which many of them probably are, but because they're not poor, they have more merit. But to explain it in like a quick, what up, TSG? To explain it in like the easiest way, white people were allowed to accumulate wealth, whether they did or not, were allowed to accumulate wealth for 400 years. Even just say 250. Black, like civil rights, 64, 68. Anti-redlining laws and fucking steering laws was like 77. RESPA, I think, was either 68 or 72. So like they couldn't even buy like property to gain generational wealth. Now, I was born in 75. So we expect generational equality to have occurred in my lifetime. Like that's retarded, generally retarded. So if this was, if freedom and the freedom to acquire generational wealth was a 5-mile race, even if we set the rules the same, the white Americans get to start 4.25 miles in front of black people. Now, is this on individual basis? No, we're talking about society. But the rules of the 5-mile race are equal. Everybody runs by the same rules. We just don't start at the same place. And that's what they want to ignore. They want to pretend that that systemic destruction of any chance at generational wealth is ignored so that they can claim superiority.
Jesus Christ.
So it's quite a hectic morning for you, yeah?
Thus the denial of white privilege. And not only the denial, the vitriol at the phrase. If you say things are racist or systemically racist, they're very angry about that.
Fairly normal. Yeah, it's busy.
But also, America's racist against whites. It's not systemically racist, except it is against us.
Yeah, I will say that after the 3 services are over, I'm tired.
Because you've got to get up and perform, and then I see you as soon as you step down, it's like,
yeah,
everybody wants to talk to you.
People have been pretty nice today, actually, which has worked out well. Hey, Chuck. The Bible takes us from Genesis to the book of Revelation, and while there are some parenthetical sections and there are some interruptions.
Now listen to how this guy speaks of truth, freedom, and love in ways that you know are the opposite. Freedom to do what we tell you to do. Love to take away your freedom, to help you.
If you're not okay with guys playing sack tap, then this isn't the place for you.
I mean, that's basically what I think of the Redoubt.
If you will, in a consistency through time. It does begin in the beginning in a garden, and the story ends in a garden, in the new heaven and the new earth. And so in a timeline, you can see where we are. And so the old covenant era is over. The law has been fulfilled in Christ. We are now in what is called the church age. The church age will end at what is referred to as the rapture of the church. Many people don't believe in the rapture anymore, but the Bible does. The Bible says the dead in Christ shall.
A lot of the people don't believe it, but the Bible believes it. So the people that are Christian that don't believe in it, don't believe in the Bible? Is that what you're saying? Like, this is the thing. Of the 8,000 versions of Christianity, not believing in mine means you don't believe in the Bible. This is supremacy.
Be raised first, and we who are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. And so Christians all over the world are going to be taken to heaven at an event we call the rapture.
This is supremacy. We are the chosen ones.
First, and we who are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. And so Christians all over the world are going to be taken to heaven at an event we call the rapture. After the rapture, there's a 7-year period of tribulation on the earth. It's going to be marked by wars and rumors of wars and troubles and famine and pestilence and judgment. After which time, Jesus is going to return to the earth, and so he's going to reign literally, physically from Jerusalem for 1,000 years. After the 1,000 years, there will...
He's going to reign for 1,000 years. That's freedom, by the way. That's freedom. Jesus coming down and reigning for 1,000 years is truth and freedom. This story I'm telling you right now is the truth. And you're trying to take away my truth. Dude, this is mental illness. This is John Nash.
There will be another war, and there will be a final judgment, and then the new heaven and the new earth. And that's that latter garden I was referring to.
So then the first kind of external sign is going to be the rapture? Is that?
The next major...
Look at this guy. God can't lift that guy to heaven. Are you fucking kidding me? If God loved that guy,
so then
he
the
wouldn't make
first
him
kind
look
of
like
external
that.
sign is going to be...
You're going to tell me God loves this guy? No fucking shot. No shot. There's no chance in hell God likes this person. No chance. That guy looks familiar.
The rapture? Is that?
The next major prophetic event will be the rapture of the church. The Antichrist will then come onto the scene, and he will deceive the world into thinking he is indeed the Messiah of the world.
Or
He's
a
gonna help
spear,
everybody.
you would say.
There will be a pseudo peace in Jerusalem.
Look at this. No, this is God's chosen people. That's God's chosen people, by the way. I don't know if you know that. Where is it? Which one is it? Is this one?
And more like you. People sometimes say to me, you didn't used to make fun of the left as much. Yeah, because they didn't. Which shows just...
It's his audience. Standard Republican audience. Look at this. No wonder they don't believe in diversity. They know the border and diversity are killing the country. You know how we know it? Look how great we are, and we have no diversity. Unfucking real. Unreal with these people.
And around Israel, around the surrounding nations for about 3.5 years, and then all chaos breaks loose after an event where
I think he was stealing hams.
The Antichrist, who is thought of as the Christ.
Yeah, they're not talking about Trump. He literally describes Trump and how they think he is the Messiah. But it's actually the left that does this.
In Jerusalem and around Israel, around the surrounding nations for about 3.5 years, and then all chaos breaks loose.
Right, basically, the good Christians need to round the Jews up in Israel so that Jesus can come down, exterminate the Jews, and then the Christians get their reward. Got it.
After an event where he, the Antichrist, who is thought of as the Christ, sets himself up in the temple and says, I'm God, worship me. And that's sort of a wake-up call.
It's Donald Trump. And I showed you clip after clip. Lance Wallano and fucking Vaughn and all these other people claiming like Trump is sent by God. But it's the other people that have an antichrist.
For everybody. And it's just crazy pandemonium judgment from that point forward until the Lord comes to put an end to that at the second coming of Christ.
Alongside the belief that the world is going to end soon, the congregation at Candlelight are taught to follow a strict
The rapture's just around the corner, established 1863.
interpretation of the Bible that further separates them from those outside the church. One of the most controversial views they hold is that anyone who is living in a same-sex relationship or who believes they were born in the wrong gender is defying God and harming themselves.
We don't understand love anymore. We think that it's loving to give something to someone that will harm them. And as mentioned before, we talked about the LGBTQ plus community, and so many people today that are wanting to redefine love. Same-sex marriage, for example. This is not loving God. It doesn't represent the model that he developed for us, nor is it genuinely representing others, because we're putting them in a position to do something that is actually harmful to them. And so we need to redefine the biblical.
Letting gay people be gay is us letting them harm themselves. So we love them so much. We're going to save them from themselves against their will because we love them more.
Biblical definition of love.
He does.
We believe that anything
she does.
That the Bible condemns, it condemns it because it's harmful. And so we don't want to endorse something that harms people. And so for us, the LGBTQ community activities, many
you mean
of them,
Trans Day of Remembrance?
Sexual activities are detrimental to the person. And so because we actually care about the homosexual, we care about the person that's having a gender identity crisis, we want to help them, not by saying, look, just keep doing it, it's all good. We want to say, no, let us help you, let us serve you in this context so that we can help you grow.
It is my duty to serve you and make you no longer gay. I know you say you want to be gay, but I know better. And I'm going to stop you from being gay with the power of the Lord. This is fucking gross.
Out of doing the things that's going to be detrimental to you. And so
they frame Christo-fascism as a gift to us. We love you so much that you're hurting yourself, and we love you enough to make you live our way to stop you hurting yourself.
The problem with this is that oftentimes...
That's freedom, by the way.
Christians, pastors will get the label that we're haters. And they'll say, well, you hate the LGBTQ community.
We don't.
That is just the farthest thing from the truth.
No.
We love them very much.
We know they're evil.
We welcome them. We want them to come. But
we want to exorcise the demon out of them.
Just like the alcoholic or the person that's...
Because, yes, being gay is like being an alcoholic. Being gay is like having a fucking dependency or an illness.
living in heterosexual fornication. We say, look, let's get you out of that lifestyle. Let's get you in a place where you can be healthy and where you can be happy. One of the things that we believe is that our Christian faith cannot be divorced from...
Don't do unto others what you wouldn't have done unto you.
From our active life in our community. And so politics is part of our life. And there's this...
Yeah, because if you have sick fucking beliefs...
push, I think, in some churches and with some pastors to divorce the church and state, separation of church and state. I'm not there.
Yeah, because you're anti-American. You're a fascist. You don't believe in America. You believe in the Nazi-esque form of government. I'm not for the Constitution because I'm a real patriot. I'm not for the rule of law because God gave me my laws. It's a natural law, not a man's law.
I think that the original intent of separation of church and state was that the state does not dictate to the church. In the context of the church being pushed away from the state, I don't think that's ever what we should be.
I mean, separation only means the government's to leave us alone. It doesn't mean we're not supposed to rule a government. Separation means we can control them in the name of freedom, but it also means that you can't implement any of your societal laws to our bigotry and hatred. You see, we not only get to make the laws, we're above the law that you make in the name of freedom,
Be doing. The church is
because we don't want you to oppress us, so we get to tell you what oppression is.
Part of the community, and just like we want to hear the voice of everyone in our case, a constitutional republic, we still want people's voice.
I understand what you're saying, but an addiction is also an illness.
We want to know what they think. We want them engaged. We want them to be part of the solution.
Yeah.
And so getting Christians active politically, I think, is a very important part of our role.
They're more
just like it is
equal,
with family
exactly.
life. We talk about husband relationships and wives, children, and our engagement, of course, within the church as well. So faith doesn't stay in the building.
Extreme Christian ideology.
Yeah, faith isn't just ours. We implement it everywhere. In the name of freedom.
Has always formed an important part of far-right movements in America.
It's a sickness.
Across the border in Spokane, Washington.
Okay, sorry. This is important.
Active politically, I think, is a very important part of our role.
Okay, 1 second.
Just like it is with family life. We talk about husband relationships and wives, children, and our engagement, of course, within the church as well. So faith doesn't stay in the building.
Extreme Christian ideology has always formed an important part of far-right movements in America. Across the border in Spokane, Washington, the county sheriff has been fighting these groups for decades, and to him the American Redoubt is just a rebranding of older white supremacist movements.
This movement goes back actually to California, spread up through the west side and crossed over the Cascades. So it's a very old movement. This area is a really strange dichotomy because you have that influence, but you have a major influence of folks that fight against that type of movement, and they stand very hard against that.
Do you think that, as you say, the extremes have gone so far and they're never coming back? Is the idea of those extremists building their own community within the US, is that realistic? Is that possible?
It's happening. You're watching it happen. And it's sad because a lot of good people are going to get sucked into that vortex, and they're going to wake up and go, I didn't buy into that. I didn't buy into breaking away from the United States and forming my own country, because ultimately that's what the Redoubt stands for. This is not a new idea. This is a very old idea. Just been rebranded under, and this isn't even a new part of it either. It's been rebranded, and they're using religion once again to suck people into, come live where everybody believes the same way you do.
There you go. It's literally a fucking funnel. And it's intended to be a funnel. And they code their words like tribe and like-minded patriots. Second Amendment, God's law, natural law, man's law, our country. The idea that neutral means them. Any change from the default is an attack on the default. Like, the default on the PGA game is that the left stick controls the swing, but I've always used the right stick. So that would be like me changing my settings to the right stick is an attack on the left stick.
And what do you think of the dangers of that?
Extremism. Those type of philosophies always breed extremes. That's what happens. You know, you might think you're going into something and you're going to have freedom and liberty. No, you are going into tyranny, and the day you step out of line, they will smack you back in line. They tried for 10 years to do that with me politically. The extreme right, when they were in charge of the political party here locally, my own party ran people against me. In 2014, it was the extreme left and the extreme right that actually joined together. Matt Shea promised that if they ran a Democrat against me. Matt Shea, a Republican domestic terrorist, officially participated in, I think, 3 different identified incidents of domestic terrorism by the FBI. And you can still be a Republican politician. As a Republican, he would split the Republican Party, and the Democrats could sweep me out. Didn't work. This dude seems like a good dude. I agree. He's one of the few good apples.
Matt Shea is a disgraced former Republican representative from Washington. His political career was effectively ended when a 2019 report found he had participated in an act of domestic terror against the United States. This was in connection to him having organised and supported 3 armed conflicts of political violence, including the 2016 takeover of the Malia Refuge in Oregon. He has now become a spokesperson for the American Redoubt.
There are tens of, this is going to freak the liberals out, I love this. There are tens of thousands of teams that are already organized in the American Redoubt.
Everything is framed around them staving off the attack of the evil others. It's all genocidal, all of it. Constantly being the victim, needing to be afraid, needing to be armed. And that fear should lead you to attack.
And they didn't know it. They didn't know it was happening. It is done. And this fall, we're going to see what happens to the rhinos and everybody else.
Look,
I'm super excited.
Everybody, even other Republicans, even other Republicans are their enemy. These are domestic terrorists.
About that, keep organizing, keep organizing, keep organizing. Identify the communists and jihadists in your area, okay? We're going to start.
Identify the communists and jihadists. He's talking to people in like Iowa. Who are these people to be afraid of in Iowa? Who are they? Who are they? Who are the people in Iowa that have the Taliban and ISIS living in their neighborhood? Infiltrated the extreme church in Spokane. Interesting.
With the Montana Human Rights Network, okay? Woo! All right. Here's the thing. All the hate that comes out of that group, okay? There's
the other group. We are a loving group. It's everybody that's not us that hates. This is Branch Davidian. If you know the story, that's how he did it. He created the us versus them, and he had them live in fear that the them were coming for us.
So vitriolic, spewing, trying to destroy people's businesses, lying about people's reputation. You know, they were like, did you hear Matt Shea's plan? It's to create a white ethno-state in the northwest of the United States. I was like, you guys realize that the God and Country celebration, they said that about, okay, that's where the secret plan was hatched, that the associate pastor there is black, okay?
There was a black guy, so it couldn't have been about white supremacy. Like, it is so racist, it sounds normal to them.
Okay? That kind of shatters their entire credibility, right? So why are we playing into the narrative like Caleb said? They're going to try to throw that garbage out, easily discredited, easily refuted, easily dealt with. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about why you guys are supporting Antifa. I want to talk about why you guys are supporting a racist organization like Black Lives Matter.
I'm going to a baseball game soon.
I want to talk about why you guys are going after small business owners, trying to crush them after the economy has been so far down. How do you justify that? How do you justify such reckless hate?
The other people have reckless hate. I mean, the demonization, the dehumanization, all of it is so obviously intentional to make it so that we can kill people.
Oh, we need to ask these reporters. I want everybody, when we're done here, I want you to go up to those reporters. I want you to turn your phone on. I want you to ask them that question. I want you to ask them, do they denounce Antifa? Will they denounce?
Go be aggressive in self-defense. Do you see it? I want you to go take this proactive role in self-defense. They're going to hit you. So to stop them from hitting you, go punch them in the face.
Denounce critical race theory. I want you to go down the list. Ask them, because I got to tell you something. They're not reporters. They're propagandists. And they need to be held accountable for it.
Yeah, let's get the journalists. Get them. That's right, get them.
Shay is also connected to the host of Radio Free Redoubt, Jack Robertson.
This fucking pussy-ass bitch is the voice.
He also goes by the name of John Jacob Schmidt. They have co-hosted a radio show together, and both
John Jacob takes it in his Jingleheimer Schmidt.
supported a previous movement to create a separate state within the US.
I started a podcast called Radio Free Redoubt to promote the strategic relocation of conservative, Christian, like-minded patriots
to build a white ethno state. Got it. Thank you.
To the Inland Pacific Northwest. The left doesn't understand it. Media from New York or from England.
I mean, they don't have a positive message ever. We're great. Everybody hates us. Just keep being great. Deal with the tyranny of the hate of everybody else. Because you're the God ones. You're chosen. Everybody hates us. Fear them.
And they cock their head sideways like a confused puppy, and they can't try to figure out why people don't want to have their children raised in places like California or the I-25 corridor.
It's all Manchurian candidate bullshit.
Colorado. A redoubt is a safe haven, a fallback position, a defensible safe haven. They call us
a defensible safe haven. Come live in this fort that we built for us white people. Our own compound, a defensible. What in the fuck are you defending yourself from?
Anti-government. They call us pro-militia. They call us extremist. Calling us anti-government is like walking out of a restaurant to find a man in the parking lot beating his wife. And you run and grab him and restrain him. And the crowd runs up and points.
We're actually the hero.
At you and says, why are you anti-husband? Get it? This is spiritual warfare. Really, this is what it's going to come down to. This is a battle of good against evil. This is Christ and not Christ. This is Christ versus antichrist spirit. I don't believe that stuff. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. They're the demons. They're coming after you and they're demons.
It doesn't matter. If you don't believe in electricity,
yeah, true.
You stick your butter knife in that little outlet, it's irrelevant whether or not you believe in it. Someday you're going to find out what's real and what's not.
Doesn't matter if you believe in evil and good Christianity or don't, because Christianity, when you die, is going to be forced on you because it's the truth.
Not.
Like,
you see how listen to what's in the background. Somebody on stage is complaining about other people using their free speech. They complain about the others constantly. And as soon as the other side says anything about them, they fucking whine and bitch about it.
And what's not.
Like Shay, Jack Robertson doesn't talk to the media. I approached him after his speech and asked
they're refugees.
him about the potential for violence in the movement he is promoting.
My name's Alistair, I'm a journalist with The Times, and I'm from London. We're over here making a documentary about the American
Watch
Redoubt.
this. This is the biggest chicken shit. This is how you know all these little people are soft. Like, this is a chicken. At least Fuentes would answer your fucking questions. I'll give that to Fuentes. This guy is a fucking bitch.
Okay, well, you know what? I don't do interviews, so everything.
I don't do interviews, and I got my little text. I got my little fucking. I got Earl and his brother Earl here to protect me from you evil propagandist reporter. Evil! Protect me from this evil man.
I stand for. You can learn from my podcast and our morning radio show and my speech that I just
I was just
gave.
thinking that what you said in your speech there was that the media doesn't understand what the Redoubt is, and so this is a good opportunity for you to kind of correct some of those
Well,
misconceptions.
if you could understand what the American Redoubt is if you listen to our podcast and our radio show and that speech.
Do your own research, buddy. I'm not going to tell you what I think. Do your research.
Yeah. That basically sums up what the American Redoubt is.
You guys have Trump derangement syndrome, which is why we all have Trump hats on. Because we're not deranged. And this chick looks like she's at a Renaissance festival. I kind of dig the outfit. I'm just saying.
It's about.
Do you worry that the American Redoubt, whether it's intention to or not,
Like I said,
can be taken
everything
over by
that,
other people?
everything that we
Dude, look at these fucking pieces of shit. Like, they think they're going to fight a civil war against the tyrannical government. Fucking Bob and his brother and dad Bob. His uncle brother Bob.
that we stand for in the American Redoubt is on our podcast.
You're a strong voice in that movement, so I wonder what it is that you have to say about the misconceptions of the Redoubt, so you have an opportunity to say
the only
what
thing I
people
have to
don't
say
understand.
is that where we stand on the American Redoubt is all in my podcast. It's uploaded at Podbean, and it's in my speech. You can listen to that.
Do you worry that it encourages violence? The
What?
idea of the American Redoubt, that it encourages people to reject the government, and that might lead to violence?
That's an excellent question, and I have addressed that in my podcast. So if you want to go to podbean.com and listen to that, what I said at the very beginning, right when you approached me, is that I don't do interviews.
Well, like you heard he fucked an ostrich, right?
You what?
He fucked an ostrich.
Allegedly.
Okay, so I would refer you to our archived podcasts that are up there, which over almost 3
Oh, so what you're saying is...
Pussy ass bitch. Pussy ass bitch.
So am I to assume you are a...
Pussy ass bitch. Pussy ass bitch.
million downloads. I mean, people out there are doing their own research, so I invite you to do the same thing.
Yeah, do you worry that that message isn't clear to people, though? Perhaps you could clarify it.
It's a great point. I have clarified it. I mean, exhaustively, comprehensively on the podcast, on the Podbean podcast.
What a chicken
All the
shit.
archives are
Do
right
you have
there.
any of your own ideas?
Check out the website.
Like, are you capable of having your own fucking ideas? Literally, the only ideas I have are on tape. I can't even remember them. You need to look them up because do your research because I don't even know what the fuck I say.
Listen to our podcast. You're invited to listen to our morning commute. We're unapologetically Christian, patriot.
Unapologetically Christian. We're Nazis. It's pretty simple.
American patriot.
I'm a Nazi patriot.
We believe in everything that our country was founded on.
But do you worry that that incites violence? Do you worry that rejecting the government to build your own community incites violence amongst people?
I've addressed that numerous.
It's on my podcast. It's on my podcast. What a chicken shit.
Times, and it's archived on Podbean. Yeah, if you go to radiofreeredoubt.com, click on listen to RFR. There's a link.
I don't have opinions.
Is there a simple way you could describe it now?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, just no sense in just.
We're done.
Gotta go.
You're done.
Thank you
You're
for
done.
your inquiries, though. And
Your free speech is over. We said so. Look, we run. You ain't from around here, boy. Our freedom says you need to shut the fuck up now, boy. What you think this is? This is America. Shut your mouth.
if you're genuinely,
I am.
I'm
still here asking.
If you're
That's
genuinely,
And he's
if you're genuinely curious,
tell
yeah.
you that he doesn't do interviews,
Yeah.
so you're done.
So
Hey, you're done. You're done. Shut up your mouth. Foreigner. You damn immigrant.
Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you.
Pussy, 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 pussy. Okay, this is where it gets real. This is where it gets real. Like, this is worth paying serious attention to. There's like 7 minutes left.
The leadership of the American Redoubt right now are the same politicians that have talked extremism, that have conducted extreme acts, that have literally tried to start a civil war in this nation. Those are your leaders right now. I have never got all the way through all of these. There is so much information you know, but.
Okay, so we're looking at one called Countering Ambushes.
Mm-hmm.
Describing the formation adopted which best served military movement over a diverse landscape was decided upon by a consideration of what the force commander was seeking to achieve. The wedge and its numerous variations was the most widespread formation.
And just all tactical.
This is like a breakdown of how to avoid being corralled by law enforcement, I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
How to escape from a pair of handcuffs.
Mm-hmm.
And so where are these documents all from?
These came off of Matt's computer.
Yeah.
When Pounder left, he made copies of everything.
And this is the basic guidelines to patrolling. Yep. Although it seems slightly out of date since it says having your musket clean as a whistle is the second point.
They go back to the old school ways at times. I just gave you a glimpse of exactly what they're all about their military structures, about how they want to do things. You know,
like, yes, there's a lot of fucking wacky, funny things that we look at. But behind it all, these people believe they're better than everybody else. They believe God has chosen them to carry out the overthrow of tyranny violently. And that overthrow isn't aggression, it's self-defense, because the people that are not them are being tyrannical. And that includes gay people, trans people who are taking over and lopping off kids and attacking them. It includes immigrants. It includes DEI and CRT. And that's where we are. That's who's running half of the country.
Biblical handout on war, which was built by Matt Shea. That's some scary stuff to read.
The biblical handout on war. Literal war in the name of God.
It's all based on the Bible, except Bible throwing in the overthrow of the United States.
Actually titled The Biblical Basis for War, this 4-page document was leaked by one of Shea's most trusted supporters, Jay Pounder, on the eve of the midterm elections in November 2018.
So God's a warrior. So is prayer warrior a nod to that? Is this all violence coded? That God gives you the right to be violent because you're the chosen one to defend God.
The document lays out a plan for creating a new theocracy through violence. Point 5, for example, explains that the time to fight will be communicated by God to the leader. This is similar to how cults work and puts a lot of power into the hands of one individual. Point 6 specifically describes a holy army. Point 10 is perhaps the most troubling. It describes the rules of war. Under the heading, make an offer of peace before declaring war, it goes on to list the terms of that surrender.
I mean, you can say it that I'm crazy, but they tell us themselves.
Maybe when
your stay on, so it's become completely against the Civil War, even though the media tries to say I say things like that. I never do.
But I do truly believe
that if this becomes such a broken nation and we have one party that is trying to rule over, like the Democrats are trying to rule over Republicans, to the point where they are deciding what opinion we are allowed to say, whether we can stay on social media or we have to leave because we're spreading what they claim is misinformation.
Why do they insist that the government is big tech? Social media terms of service is tyrannical, by the way. That somehow the Democrats that control Congress are controlling big tech.
If they get to a point where they're saying we're going to control your what you're allowed to do with your body and what you have to have injected into your body, and you have no choice or say.
Isn't that what you're doing with abortion?
They're coming to the point where they're saying this is what your children have to be taught, and parents, you have no input or say, and your children essentially belong to the state, like some people are actually saying out loud, and that's happening in the state of California and elsewhere.
But
isn't that what you're doing with CRT?
When it gets to that point, you can't just accept or think that Americans are going to accept it. That is when it's okay to start saying, you know what, just like in a marriage, I don't like the way you're treating me. You either have to change. I'm asking you to change, which is what Republicans should be saying to Democrats right now. Stop this behavior. You have to change.
You have to change for us to get along. You have to agree with us, or else it's tyranny. And if you don't allow us to take over the country with our religious doctrine, that's tyranny. Not letting us start our civil war is you being tyrannical, and so therefore we have to fight back.
Stop all abortions, no same-sex marriage, no idolatry or occultism,
This
no
is
communism,
Project
and must
2025.
obey biblical law. How many Americans would agree to live under these terms? Those that do, the document makes clear, must pay their share of work or taxes. But for those who refuse, the instruction is clear. Kill all males.
Yeah, no, they're not genocidal.
If what we've been looking at over the last 3 while is the political takeover, and as you spoke about them, these right-wing ideologies, starting at the low level, moving up, local government, state government, national government.
Yeah.
That's one side of it. This stuff that you're looking at now is much more about, potential violence, about how to...
You don't take over a government without violence, and you wait for the proper opportunity. They're waiting for the proper moment to strike.
What do you think are the likely trigger points for that to tip over into something?
I will tell you very bluntly, woe be the politician that messes with the Second Amendment. You will see a nation go up in arms, and you won't.
As opposed to now, where they're just domestic terrorists.
And you want to be able to do to prevent that. And people may not understand that, especially people that aren't from the United States. But that's been the foundation of this country. What started the American Revolution? A march on an armory. It won't be much different if they try to go down that path.
What would you say to someone who was quite enamored of the idea of the American
Red Pill Festival.
Take a look at your leadership. It says it all. Take a look at what has been said about your leadership, because your leadership is what your organization is all about. Has been and always will be. They are chameleons.
Anybody that says anything wrong about David Koresh is attacking us.
They will pour that nice sweet honey in your ear, but at the end of the day.
Chud used that expression about Brianna Wu, by the way. That's funny. It's like you pour honey in my ear. That's the only other time I've heard that expression.
It's the same leadership that started all these other movements or subverted all these other movements so they could gain power. This is all a power play, and you're being used in that power play. Whenever you have a polarized society and you have active division happening, people stop listening to the warnings. You've seen it in history time and time again. And I'm just hoping that if you keep talking about it, it will keep, if you change one mind, at least that's one mind that's not out there doing it. Maybe you prevent another from going down that road. We need to stop talking about how we separate ourselves and divide ourselves and start thinking about how you bring the union back together. We used to have a saying, united we stand. Well, there's a second side of that saying, divided you will fall.
Just by the way, that same saying, that same thing about there being a second half of a saying often applies to cops. It's only a few bad apples, but the saying is a few bad apples spoil the bunch. and that the sad thing is when it comes to Republicans, it may have started with a few, but now it's all of the levers of power in the Republican Party, from the RNC to the think tanks to the actual politicians, their media, they're all Christo-fascist, all of them. So there may be some good Republicans out there, but if you vote Republican, you're voting for the Christo-fascists. Like anybody that says, I can't I can't ideologically support Biden in this genocide. Great. Don't support the Biden in the genocide. Vote for Joe Biden. It's not about Joe Biden and your moral thoughts on Joe Biden. It's which one will have less homeless people die? Which one will have less poverty? Which one do we have a chance of getting lower drug prices? Which one do we have a chance of not losing Social Security and Medicare? Which of the two people that are going to be president does more good and less harm? And if all you can do is say, my ego says I can't sacrifice my values to participate in the fucking thing that's going to decide the laws around me because I am too good for it all, you're a piece of arrogant shit. And I was that piece of arrogant shit in 2016. Now, luckily, in my state, it didn't matter. But I fell for the trap. I fell for the my integrity thing. My integrity was willing to let a fascist take over. I mean, you have people like Bill Barr pretending like it's a hard decision to pick Trump, when before he said, I don't think Trump's going to be the nominee, but no matter who the nominee is, I'll support the Republican because it's less dangerous than the left. Like free college and less tax breaks. Super dangerous. Democrats pay down the debt. Democrats make the economy run well. But it all comes down to the same fucking bullshit. Because they're fascists who hate America.
I'm an elected Republican. I deregulate. So I can blame Democrats. So I can get elected. So I can deregulate. So I can blame Democrats. So I can get elected. So I can deregulate. So I can blame Democrats. So I can get elected. So I can deregulate. So I can blame Democrats. So I can get elected. So I can deregulate. So I can blame Democrats. So I can get elected. So I can deregulate. So I can blame Democrats. So I can get elected. So I can deregulate. So I can blame Democrats.
It doesn't stop. That's where we are until they fracture and fracture and fracture. And then everybody but these like 10% of society are the enemy. And so therefore they have to violently end democracy. Like MAGA and MAGA are fighting. Now, is it all a LARP? Because Mike Johnson doesn't actually want to get anything done, but he has to do something. Marge is safe, and so are those other white supremacists. So the best way to make sure none of this happens is for him to support it, but them to shut the government down. I don't fucking know. Thanks. I don't fucking know. But literally, Nazis at the throat of Nazis. And it can't happen fast enough for them to become their own enemy. And speaking of enemies, I'm going to get ready to go to a baseball game that was supposed to happen Friday, except it was snowed out. Unfucking believable. So I'm going to go to that and enjoy myself. I hope you guys have a good one. Tomorrow we have Murder Mondays with Jean Bonnet. We only got a couple more weeks of that, I think, and then we're going to go to a new case. But appreciate y'all being here. Definitely share this around. Here's that video once last time. I think this video is extremely valuable to help people understand what's happening without it being a threat to them. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really feel like MAGA's going to watch this and feel they're being attacked. Back to compiling graphics. Nice. All right, y'all. Have a great one. And I will see you all very soon. All right. See ya.